Chapter 1551. Long Chen's words reminded them. Yi Guyu came to her senses and looked anxious. Long Chen urged, "Get up, all of you. I will talk to your realm lord about what happened today. The rest of you should quickly gather people to save the people." Everyone was speechless. They stood up one after another, but their eyes were filled with gratitude when they looked at Long Chen. Long Chen had completely subdued the higher-ups of the Supreme Shadow Realm today. "Zhu Liang, you will be in charge of this matter. I will send the two from the true Martial Emperor Palace back," Yi Guyu ordered. "Yes, Realm Lord." The one who received the order was the only martialist in the late stage of the third Nirvana Tribulation Realm in the Supreme Shadow Realm. He had hopes of entering the fourth Nirvana Tribulation Realm in the future. After receiving the order, the others present did not stay any longer and left one after another. Before leaving, they once again took a deep look at Long Chen. They would never forget this great favor. After they left, Long Chen calmed down and hurried back to the true Martial Emperor Palace. He wanted to see if there was a way to resolve Yang Lingqing's situation. At the same time, it would be enough for him to explain to Yi Guyu about the City Lord of the Wronged. "Realm Lord, do you know anything about the Eternal Hell, one of the 9 great ruins in the 9-star Chaos City?" Long Chen asked. "I know a little. When I was young, I had an adventure in the Eternal Hell," Yi Guyu said. "Some time ago, the City of the Wronged appeared in the Eternal Hell again." "Realm Lord, you must know about this," Long Chen continued. Yi Guyu nodded and said, "I know. Rumor has it that the true Martial Emperor came out of the City of the Wronged, obtained many treasures, and finally became the true Martial Emperor. You also came out from there." If that was the case, it would be much easier to explain. Long Chen told Yi Guyu about the identity of the City of the Wronged City, the many mysterious events, and about the golden demon suppressing column suppressing the heart. After listening, Yi Guyu frowned. She didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Even the emperor said that his resurrection is irreversible. Then, within a year, the 3 regions and 9 realms will definitely face an irreversible catastrophe. The 80 million of my great Devil world is just the appetizer. The 3 regions and 9 realms have not faced a catastrophe of this degree for hundreds of thousands of years. I really didn't expect it. The City Lord of the Wronged City was already worried about the Shadow Demon world. If he wasn't killed, the Supreme Demon world would be the first to bear the brunt of the calamity. As a world overlord, Yi Guyu also furrowed his brows at this moment. He had an anxious look on his face as his heart trembled. This matter is of great importance. The Emperor is also making preparations. I believe that he will announce this matter to the world soon. At that time, the 3 regions and 9 realms will discuss a solution together. As long as everyone works together, there may be a solution," Long Chen said with fighting spirit. "In addition, I heard that the Sword Soul Emperor of the Sword Soul Imperial Palace has already used a secret method to reincarnate and will have the true power of the Sword Soul Imperial Emperor in the future. In addition, there are young talents like the Sacred Martial Emperor. If the 3 regions and 9 realms work together, there may be a chance of victory. Now that I know about this matter, it seems that we must make early preparations. The vicious curse that the City Lord of the Wronged City has is immeasurable to the common people. We must take measures as soon as possible." The world overlord, who is usually cold and elegant in the eyes of everyone in the Shadow Demon world, put down her airs in front of Long Chen today and spoke to Long Chen in a respectful tone. Next, Long Chen told Yi Guyu about the City Lord of the Wronged City. Yi Guyu already understood very clearly. With the heart of the City Lord of the Wronged, Imperial Emperor Shang Wu disregarded his own safety to save all living beings in the world. "I really admire you for having such courage at such a young age. In this life, there are really no more than 5 people who can make me admire you so much, and Imperial Emperor Shang Wu is one of them. You are so benevolent and righteous. In the future, the true Martial Emperor Palace will rise again under your control, and it will be a blessing for all people in the world." Yi Guyu sincerely admired Long Chen. To be able to obtain the respect of a realm lord, Long Chen was also very gratified to be able to do this. In fact, he didn't know why he made such a choice. He almost chose a dead end, and it was even more troublesome now. However, he always had a responsibility in his heart. It could be said that it was the responsibility of an expert, and this responsibility forced him to bear all of this. This was the most precious quality of a man. However, the matter of Ling Qing will be a very difficult choice for you. I can't do anything. I'm very sorry. Yi Guyu sighed. She understood Long Chen's pain. On one side was his family, and on the other side was the people of the world. What would Long Chen choose? In fact, Long Chen didn't know himself. He was just forcibly suppressing his emotions and pretending to be calm. Everything would have to wait until he met the true martial emperor. This was the first time that his heart was in such a mess. As they chatted and hurried, they spent about 7 or 8 days before they returned to the entrance of the Shadow Demon Realm. Yi Guyu still had to deal with the aftermath of the Shadow Demon Realm, so she could only send Long Chen here. "Realm Overlord, go back," said Long Chen. Yi Guyu nodded and didn't try to persuade him to stay. She said, "If you need my help, please come here to find me immediately. I will definitely risk my life for you," she said in a very sincere tone. Just as Long Chen was about to leave, suddenly, a warrior of the LV9 Divine Martial Realm came in from the entrance of the Shadow Demon Realm. He should have seen Yi Guyu and hurried forward. "Greetings, Realm Overlord, Sacred Martial Emperor, and Martial Supremacy," the warrior hurriedly bowed. Yi Guyu saw his hurried expression and asked, "What's the matter?" "An invitation from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." The martialist hurriedly handed a golden invitation to Yi Guyu before respectfully retreating. On the surface of the golden invitation, there was a sharp long sword piercing through the sky. Although it was just a picture, it was full of sharp aura and made people revere it. In front of Long Chen, Yi Guyu opened the invitation. In an instant, snow-white sword qi spread out in all directions. Yi Guyu didn't do anything. The sword qi had no effect on her at all. She just wanted to prevent the invitation from being lost and given to some people. Yi Guyu took a glance. She should know about the matter between Long Chen and Lingxi. She had experienced the love between young people before and naturally missed it. She also admired Long Chen's unwavering attitude. She looked at Long Chen with pity and said, "August 15th, the genius dragon warrior of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Wang Chen, and the daughter of the Lingwu Swordmaster, one of the 4 great swordmasters, who is also the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor, are about to get married. August 15th, it seems that there are still about 3 months before today. The heart of the city lord of the wronged was found." Young Lingqing was in great danger. Just as Long Chen was in a dilemma, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's invitation arrived. The Lingwu Swordmaster had really done it. Back in the 9-star Chaos City, he had already said that he would send the invitation to Long Chen. It seemed that not only did he want to do this, he wanted to make this wedding the grandest wedding ever. Even Yi Guyu was invited. At that time, all the realm lords of the 9 realms would definitely be there. Although they definitely couldn't invite the Desolation Emperor and the true Martial Emperor, the 3 martial sovereigns would definitely be invited. This wedding on August 15th seemed to be inviting all the supreme experts and peak existences of the 3 realms and 9 realms together. "It's been a long time since the higher-ups of the 3 realms and 9 realms met like this," Wenren interrupted. They all looked at Long Chen worriedly. When Yang Lingqing was in trouble, Long Chen almost went crazy. In the blink of an eye, an even greater challenge and provocation came. The Lingwu Sword Master's actions were clearly to make Long Chen give up on this idea. If Long Chen wasn't the sacred martial emperor and didn't have the support of the true martial emperor, he would be like a clown when facing all the supreme existences of the 3 realms and 9 realms. Unfortunately, he wasn't. His beloved was about to marry someone else. Wenren and Yi Guyu both knew that Long Chen had a fiery temper, so they thought that Long Chen would vent his anger. Unexpectedly, after seeing the invitation and hearing about the date, Long Chen just smiled and said to Wenren, "Let's go." This calmness and composure was definitely not something a child of his age could have. After bidding farewell to Yi Guyu, Wenren asked, "Aren't you angry? This is a double blow. I thought you would go crazy." Long Chen shook his head and said, "It's within my expectations. How can it be considered a blow? Didn't you say that I should face and bear these things bravely? Self-blame and fear will kill me, and I want to become the kind of person who can make people look at me with the most fear, awe or respect." "So?" Wenren looked straight ahead and asked indifferently. "So?" Long Chen paused for a moment, then closed his eyes and solemnly said, "I will use the calmness that they find frightening to face these people. These things are what I want, and they belong to me. No one can stop me. The person I want to kill will not be able to escape. I am certain that he will not be able to escape." The flames of hatred had already caused his blood to boil. "Then I wish you success, child." Wenren smiled. He continued, Ever since you decided to move that damn thing's heart to God Nation, I've decided that I, Wen Shi, will follow you with my life. Even though you're still young, I still believe that you'll take responsibility for what you've said today. It is my honor to have you look at me like this. Long Chen chuckled. Perhaps. The two of them used their fastest speed to return to True Martial Emperor Palace. It's still the same question. What will you choose between the common people and your loved ones? If it were me, I would really break down, Wen Shi suddenly said solemnly. Long Chen looked straight ahead and said, I choose to kill the city lord of the wronged. Recommend Chaotic Giant God. Chapter 1552. Burdened with all kinds of pressure, Long Chen and Wen Shi returned to the True Martial Emperor Palace. The True Martial Emperor Palace was peaceful and even joyous. Apart from the few people at the top, no one knew that a fatal catastrophe was about to befall them. Looking at all the living beings in the 3,000 great halls, Long Chen thought of the possibility that one day, they would all become ghosts under the curse of the city lord of the wronged. The matter of Yang Lingqing and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had piled on top of each other, forming a heavy burden on him. Little Qing, don't worry. I won't let you suffer. I will definitely bring you back to life. Long Chen swore to himself that he would properly preserve the statue of Yang Lingqing and speak to her several times a day. Looking at this girl, Long Chen would never forget his hatred. He had fought for 10 years, and only the city lord of the wronged had aroused such hatred. After returning to the True Martial Emperor Palace, he met with Emperor Jinwu under Wen Shi's guidance. In the entire True Martial Emperor Palace, only Long Chen had the right to enter and exit the 99th level of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda at will. Wen Shi retreated for the time being. Seeing that Long Chen had returned with an ugly expression on his face, Jinwu the Great knew that something had gone wrong. His tone was calm as he said, Child, after you left, I roughly understood that there would be many accidents on this trip. It seems that my worries have come true. Don't worry. Take your time and tell me what happened. Long Chen knew nothing about Yang Lingqing's situation, so he pinned all his hopes on Emperor Jinwu. If Emperor Jinwu could save Yang Lingqing, that would be the best. But if not, he hoped that Emperor Jinwu would at least know the solution. Long Chen was no longer hot-headed. He told Emperor Jinwu everything that had happened in the Shadow Devil world, including the resurrection of the city lord of the wronged Sai, the absorption of 80 million lives, and the exposure of his heart. Of course, the most important part was Yang Lingqing's death. After listening to all this, Jinwu Great Emperor was silent for a while. Then he looked up at the sky and sighed. This is the will of heaven. It could be seen that he was also very helpless. In fact, he saw Long Chen as the future of the True Martial Emperor Palace. When the city lord of the wronged came, Long Chen would escape with his heart. But after this incident, the city lord of the wronged's target would become Long Chen. Long Chen had nowhere to run. You can't be blamed for this. I was careless. The city lord of the wronged is too mysterious. He came from the eternal sacred realm and has all kinds of magical means. He has repeatedly disrupted my plans. Now was not the time to blame himself or find fault. Emperor Jinwu thought for a while, then said, What has happened. We can only adapt to the situation. Your sister's life is the most important. I know a little about the eternal sacred realm. Can you let me take a look at her? This was what Long Chen had been waiting for. He carefully brought Yang Lingqing out and protected her. This girl, who still had the last look of fear in her eyes, made Long Chen's heart burn with anger. Emperor, do you have a solution? Great Emperor Jinwu examined her for a while, then said, I think this must be an ancient curse. Only in the eternal God realm can such a secret curse be passed down. This girl's entire body turned to stone must have been caused by the petrification curse. What's the petrification curse? Long Chen asked hurriedly. The petrification curse is one of the most common ancient curses. I've heard of it before. You probably know its effect. It's to confine one's flesh and blood and turn them into rock. Furthermore, it seems that, if one turns into rock if the petrification curse is not removed within a year, then one will forever be a rock with no possibility of resurrection. If the petrification curse can be removed, then to the victim, which is your sister, she will feel that only an instant has passed. In other words, she will not feel any pain. Long Chen understood. The city lord of the wronged had once said that Yang Lingqing would die in a year. As long as he used his heart to go to the eternal hell within a year, he could bring Yang Lingqing back to life. Emperor Zhenwu had also said that it would take a year. So that was basically it. What made Long Chen even more relieved was that if he could solve this problem, Yang Lingqing would only feel like a moment had passed when she came back to life. She wouldn't have to suffer for a long time. This made Long Chen feel a little more relaxed. He hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, is there any way to get rid of the petrification curse? I understand that it's not an option." If he did, then he would really fall into the City Lord's trap. Given the City Lord's personality, even if he got the heart, he might not let Yang Lingqing live. Neither might he let Long Chen live. Therefore, this option was almost undesirable. Emperor Zhenwu sighed. Speaking of solutions, to be honest, I really don't know. But I do know that there are two ways to get rid of any ancient curse. The first is, the one who started the trouble is the one who started it, so the City Lord can get rid of it himself. As for the second method, Long Chen's eyes lit up with anticipation. That's right. Kill the caster, the City Lord of the wronged. Remember, not to suppress him, but to kill him permanently, Emperor Zhenwu said in a serious tone. Kill him. Long Chen felt a little pressured. To be honest, for an existence like the City Lord of the Wronged to be able to survive after being imprisoned for so many years, it was actually very difficult to kill such a person. Of course, it wasn't that the beings in the Eternal God realm couldn't kill him, but they were just torturing him by imprisoning him. There's still a year. I understand. At least Long Chen had a direction. Emperor Zhenwu didn't know any other way. Don't worry. I'll look through some more information and see if there's another solution. Also, my child, will you listen to my advice? Please speak, Your Majesty, Long Chen said respectfully. Your sister's matter is important, but I think it can wait. There's something more important that you need to do wholeheartedly. What is it? Long Chen asked. I've seen the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's invitation. This time, they've invited the Realm Lords of the 9 Realms, the 3 Martial Sovereigns, the 6 Demonic Emperors of the Desolate Emperor Palace, and the 9-star Chaos City's Demonic Dragon Hall Lord. They're all the top figures in the 3 Realms and 9 Realms. This is the first important gathering in the 3 Realms and 9 Realms after 100,000 years. I intend to fulfill my promise to you and go personally. At the same time, I'll announce the City Lord of the Wrong to the world and discuss a solution with the experts. Long Chen understood. In other words, 3 months from now would not only be the most important day for him, but also for the 3 Realms and 9 Realms. Your identity is very important. No matter what you do, I will support you. Therefore, I want you to pursue your dreams and happiness on the basis of ensuring the overall situation. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is another superpower of the human race. They have a strong foundation and are comparable to the true Martial Emperor Palace. We can only ally with them and not become enemies with them. However, because of your relationship with them, there will be some conflicts. Therefore, I hope that before I announce the big event, you can resolve your personal affairs completely without hurting the feelings of the superpowers of the 3 Realms and 9 Realms. Can you do that? The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was Long Chen's enemy. In truth, there wasn't much hatred. Long Chen just wanted to prove to them that he had the right to have Lingxi and pursue his own love. He didn't want to kill anyone. The only person he wanted to kill was the City Lord of the Wronged. This question silenced Long Chen. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's wedding wasn't just his personal matter. It was also related to the big picture of the future battle against the City Lord of the Wronged. In the grand scheme of things, his personal matters were only a small matter. However, the true Martial Emperor respected this small matter and promised Long Chen that he would do his best to help Long Chen resolve the conflict between the 2 imperial palaces without harming the relationship between the 2 imperial palaces. Therefore, Long Chen had to control himself. You need to understand that the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace isn't your mortal enemy. Therefore, I hope that when the time comes, you'll be able to solve the problem with your own judgment. Of course, I will definitely support you in proving yourself in this grand event. Let everyone remember your name. Long Chen understood. He replied, Emperor Monarch, don't worry. I understand. As for the wedding, I will definitely destroy it. Not only that, but I will also marry Lingxi. However, I will control my actions. I will not allow the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to become enemies. I will also work hard for the Emperor Monarch's alliance. The true Martial Emperor comforted him. You are very sensible. There are still 3 months before the wedding. Your current strength may be weaker than you think. Therefore, I suggest that you wholeheartedly fulfill your long-cherished wish. Then, you will have 9 months to resurrect your sister. At that time, the 3 domains and 9 boundaries will be your helpers. Do things in a clear order. Don't mess up because of family or hatred. Do you understand me? Of course, Long Chen understood. In fact, he was very confused now. He didn't know which to do first, Yang Lingqing or the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. It could be said that he blamed himself for what had happened to Yang Lingqing. He couldn't wait to go to the eternal hell. However, this wasn't a wise choice. It might even ruin the overall situation. The true martial emperor was right. Emperor, don't worry. I understand. The true martial emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Child, I hope you can complete these 2 major tasks perfectly. Failure in either one will make you regret it for the rest of your life. No matter what, I will be your strong support. In addition, someone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is looking for you. His name is Ling Xiao. Go and see him. Promotion again. December. Genuine reading is all free. Here, you can enjoy the most punctual and fastest updates. If you only have a mobile phone, you can download it from Baidu client. It won't consume any data. Chapter 1553. Ling Xiao. Maybe he's here to deliver an invitation. Remembering Emperor Zhenwu's instructions, Long Chen bade him farewell and left the 5-element clear sky pagoda. After the golden demon suppressing pillar disappeared, the communication between Martial God Palace and the 3,000 palaces increased greatly. The 5-element clear sky pagoda was no longer a mystery to everyone. Ling Xiao had been here for a few days. When he heard that Long Chen had gone to the demonic shadow world, he stayed in the evil dragon palace and waited for Long Chen's return. Over the past few days, he had been listening to Long Chen's legend. Not only the evil dragon palace disciples, but almost all the disciples of the 3,000 palaces treated Long Chen like a legend. If nothing unexpected happened, Long Chen would definitely become the new Emperor Zhenwu in the future. Ling Xiao sighed. When Long Chen was in 9-star Chaos City, he was about the same as him. Ling Xiao was still at martial path perfection, but rumor had it that Long Chen had become a sacred martial emperor. His status was high, and his combat prowess was comparable to a late-stage nirvana tribulation cultivator. Ling Xiao's father, Ling Song, was only a late-stage nirvana tribulation cultivator. In reality, Ling Song, who showed off in front of Long Chen, was no longer a match for Long Chen. After leaving Martial God Palace, Long Chen had just returned to the Evil Dragon Palace when many disciples welcomed Long Chen on their knees in joy. Long Chen easily discovered Ling Xiao with his spiritual sense. Before him was a clear pond. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived beside Ling Song. You're still the same. Seeing that Ling Song had not changed at all, Long Chen spoke casually. I'm definitely still the same. I just did not expect that after we parted at 9-star Chaos City, in just a few months, you've already grown to such an extent. You're even the sacred martial emperor, second only to me and above everyone else. The sacred martial emperor's position is above the 3 martial saints. When I think about how you're above the 4 sword masters, I feel fear standing before you. Ling Xiao was an elegant and graceful man. But in front of Long Chen today, he couldn't be that elegant. The change in status brought about a change in influence. After Long Chen had gotten used to the life of a sacred martial emperor, he had a faint influence about him. He was powerful without being angry. Even when he was joking, Ling Xiao would feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. How could a golden qilin be a creature in a pond? Once it encountered a storm, it would transform into a dragon. Under the dragon's might, Ling Xiao was filled with admiration. But he went straight to the point. He took out the golden invitation from the divine kingdom and said, "The Lingwu swordmaster asked me to give this to you personally." Him. Long Chen smiled coldly. Sure enough, he was a petty guy. 2 swords were embroidered on the golden invitation. One was blue like the sea, and the other was fiery red like lava. It was slightly different from Yi Guyu's invitation. Long Chen could feel that this invitation contained a terrifying sword intent. These 2 swords were clearly the Galaxy Refined Sword. Don't open it. Just know that it's an invitation. The date is August 15th, Ling Xiao reminded him. Oh. Long Chen's expression was calm. If I don't dare to open it, wouldn't I be looked down upon by this guy? With that, he opened the invitation resolutely. 2 beams of sword chi, one blue and the other fiery red, were filled with fatal killing intent. They contained peerless power and immediately attacked Long Chen's eyes. 2 terrifying whistles rang out. As soon as the sword intent appeared, the dozens of houses behind Long Chen were all shattered. Be careful, Ling Xiao warned in shock. At this moment, Long Chen reacted quickly. He stretched out his hand and caught the 2 streams of sword chi between his fingers. They were unable to advance any further. Long Chen flipped his hand and rubbed them. The 2 streams of sword chi were like fishes, struggling in pain. However, they were instantly crushed by Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely relaxed. After crushing the sword chi, he flipped through the invitation. Ling Xiao had just said to be careful, his face full of shock. Child's play, Long Chen said in disdain. If these 2 beams of sword chi were unintentional, they would be enough to blind a cultivator who had just entered the Nirvana realm. Ling Xiao would not be able to dodge them, but Long Chen said it was child's play. This time, Ling Xiao was completely convinced. There was nothing special about the invitation. Long Chen flipped through it, then solemnly organized it. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. I thought you would tear him apart in anger. Long Chen smiled. There was no need for that. That was the behavior of a weakling. What is the reason for you to come here personally? Did Lingxi ask you to pass on a message to me? Long Chen asked cautiously after arranging the invitation cards. I really can't hide anything from you. I wasn't going to say it, but you're no longer a fish in a pond. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Sit, have some tea. The 2 walked into the courtyard. Long Chen was brewing tea on the stone table, his movements light and graceful. After sitting down, Ling Xiao looked solemnly at Long Chen. If it wasn't for little Shi, I wouldn't have known about this secret. I have to tell you about this. Just don't be rash. What did little Shi say? This kind and dependent girl was now under house arrest. In Long Chen's eyes, this was all his responsibility. He missed the days he spent with Lingxi in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Perhaps those were the most beautiful memories of his life. As a man, it was a shame that he couldn't even take the woman he loved with him. Ling Xiao said, Little Shi is the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor. Many people already know about this. Because of this, all of us, including little Shi herself, thought that she wasn't the biological daughter of the Lingwu Swordmaster. But in reality, even if she is the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor, she is still the biological daughter of the Lingwu Swordmaster. This was something Lingxi found out later on. Long Chen suddenly understood. No wonder Lingxi looked so much like the Lingwu Swordmaster. Only a handsome man like the Lingwu Swordmaster could give birth to a goddess like Lingxi. But if it was Lingxi's biological father, things wouldn't be easy to handle now that Long Chen had such an intense conflict with him. What else? Long Chen asked. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Next is the secret of the Sword Spirit Emperor. Only the true upper echelons of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace know about it. Less than 10 people know about it. Lingxi found out from her mother because she wanted me to pass on the message. I was lucky enough to know this secret. Other than her, no one else knows. The secret of the Sword Spirit Emperor. A secret that even the Zhenwu Great Emperor didn't know about. Long Chen listened attentively. Ling Xiao said, It's a long story, so I'll make it short. First, Lingxi is not in a complete state right now. Before the Sword Spirit Emperor was reincarnated, he entrusted an important mission to the 4 great swordmasters. The Sword Spirit Emperor possessed the secret reincarnation technique and chose the fetus in the Lingwu Swordmaster's wife's womb as a host to be reborn. In reality, the secret reincarnation technique required the Sword Spirit Emperor to be split into 2 parts. One part would enter Lingxi's body and merge with Lingxi's young soul to form a new soul. At the same time, everything about the Sword Spirit Emperor would be brought into this young life, so the fetus is destined to have extraordinary achievements. The other part would be controlled by the 4 great swordmasters. This is the mission of the 4 great swordmasters. Can you guess what it is? Long Chen shook his head. But he realized the gravity of the situation. He had a premonition that this so-called other part would deal a terrible blow to Lingxi. Ling Xiao was a little sad and even distressed. He said helplessly, This is the memory of the Sword Spirit Emperor's life and it forms a memory orb. When the time comes, the 4 great swordmasters will merge this memory orb into Lingxi's body. When that time comes, Lingxi will completely become the Sword Spirit Emperor. In other words, the current Lingxi will be a brand new life and she will be replaced. I heard her say that from that moment on, Lingxi will no longer exist in this world, only the Sword Spirit Emperor. Long Chen's fingers rested on the stone table. When Ling Xiao finished speaking, there was a loud crack and the stone table was crushed into pieces. When the time comes, the memory orb will enter Lingxi's body and she will die forever. The Sword Spirit Emperor's reincarnation will be considered a success, right? Long Chen gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger in his heart as he spoke slowly. Ling Xiao nodded helplessly. Long Chen was so angry that he laughed. Is the Lingwu Swordmaster a beast? Lingxi is a living being, a daughter that he raised. How could he be so deranged as to kill his own daughter and let that damned old thing reincarnate? Ling Xiao hurriedly said, that's not it. Reincarnation is hard to explain. Lingxi is still the same Lingxi. It's just that her memories are different. In other words, all of her memories have disappeared and in their place are the memories of her previous life. She is still the same person. Bullshit. Long Chen sneered. Without her memories, Lingxi would no longer be herself. No matter what, he would never allow such a thing to happen. The Lingwu Swordmaster, if he really does that. Long Chen was enraged and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had promised the Zhenwu Great Emperor that he would not interfere with the relationship between the two emperor palaces. But when the Lingwu Swordmaster's actions crossed his bottom line, he really could not hold back. When he transformed into a dragon, there were not many people in the 3 regions and 9 realms who could stop him. Ling Xiao replied helplessly, that's not the case. The 4 great sword sovereigns are doing this for the sake of the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They are shouldering the mission that the Sword Spirit Great Emperor entrusted to them. It can be said that Lingxi was born for the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Great Emperor. The 4 great sword sovereigns are all loyal to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They will do their utmost for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace until their deaths. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has not had a true great emperor for many years. Ling Xiao saw the murderous intent in Long Chen's eyes and had no choice but to speak up for the 4 great swordmasters. Long Chen smiled coldly. I don't know that much. I only know that even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. If he really does that, then he is worse than a beast. Ling Xiao was speechless. 3 months. There were still 3 months left. On the 15th day of the 8th month, Long Chen swore to rush to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and break through everything. Now that things have come to this, it's time for me to take responsibility for my promise. The promise of 10 years is about to arrive. I chased her all the way from the Myriad Kingdom domain just to give little she an explanation. I love her more than my life, and she's willing to give up everything for me. So, what reason do I have not to go crazy for her one last time? Long Chen stood up. His heart ached for this girl. Her life value was only to become someone else's stepping stone. As the man she loved, the man who had already possessed her, Long Chen's fighting spirit exploded. Chapter 1554. Seeing Long Chen in this state, Ling Xiao was a little worried, but he was also looking forward to it. He would meet Wang Xian on the 15th of August. Wang Xian would definitely cause a huge stir in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He just didn't know if Wang Xian would succeed in the end. He pondered for a while and said, actually, there's one more thing that you don't know. There were so many secrets in this. Long Chen quieted down and returned to his seat, waiting for Ling Xiao to explain. Ling Xiao did not keep Yi Futian in suspense. When he mentioned this, his face was full of yearning and respect. He said, Wang Chen was originally not that outstanding in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. I remember that obtaining the Void Universe Dragon Inheritance Blood Essence was the turning point in his life. From then on, he made a meteoric rise. In fact, his rise was planned long ago. What do you mean? Long Chen had heard Lingxi talk about Wang Chen before. It was similar to what Ling Xiao had described today. Ling Xiao said, you will never guess that the Void Refinement Realm Dragon Inheritance Blood Essence that Wang Chen obtained was given to him by the Sword Spirit Emperor. Of course, it was through the hands of the 4 great swordmasters. Moreover, it was the Sword Spirit Emperor of the past, not the current Lingxi. It was given to him by the Sword Spirit Emperor. That was amazing. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao had said that his rise to power had been planned. Wang Chen was chosen by the Sword Soul Great Emperor, Or perhaps the 4 great sword masters chose him for the Sword Soul Great Emperor. The Sword Soul Great Emperor has the inherited blood essence of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon, but he didn't use it himself and gave it to Wang Chen instead. This is because it involves a great secret. When you were together with Lingxi, did you notice that her blood was strange? Long Chen was shocked. When he used the triple blood sacrifice to defeat Chu Tiange, it was Lingxi who used her own blood to save him. However, Lingxi was unwilling to talk about this, so Long Chen did not probe further. It must be some god's blood. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's right, the Sword Spirit Emperor still had one most precious thing." This was the true purpose of her reincarnation, because she had obtained the bloodline of a true divine spirit from ancient times. If I remember correctly, this divine spirit was called the Pure Maiden, the blood of the pure goddess. Little Xi's body now has the blood of the pure goddess. Very, very few people know about this secret, and I was originally far from qualified to know about it. The bloodline left behind by the gods. Long Chen knew very well what a god was. It was someone who had survived 18 great tribulations and obtained immortality. Even in the eternal god realm, it was a legend that everyone worshipped. Long Chen didn't know how the Sword Soul Emperor had obtained the blood of the pure goddess and the inheritance blood of the Void Refinement Realm Devil Dragon. The only thing he was sure of was that the blood of the pure goddess was much more valuable than the inheritance blood of the Void Refinement Realm Devil Dragon. Lingxi had this blood of the pure goddess in her body. This was the reason why her strength rose so quickly even though she cultivated casually. Then tell me, why did the Sword Soul Emperor reincarnate and give the inheritance blood of the Void Refinement Realm Devil Dragon to Wang Chen? Long Chen grasped the main point of the question and asked. Ling Xiao said solemnly, "That's because only a completely blank embryo after reincarnation can accept the blood of the pure goddess. Otherwise, the embryo will explode and die." In addition, legend has it that the husband of the pure goddess was actually a real divine dragon. Although Lingxi has the blood of the pure goddess now, she is still far from being able to unleash its full power. Only when she interacts with a dragon warrior who has already transformed into a dragon can the blood of the pure goddess be completely awakened and be used by the Sword Soul Emperor. This is why the Sword Soul Emperor had prepared the inheritance blood of the Void Refinement Realm Devil Dragon long ago, and arranged for Wang Chen and Little Xi to be engaged long ago. Even after you appeared, the Lingwu Swordmaster still insisted that Wang Chen and Little Xi get married. Why? This is because all of this was arranged by the Sword Soul Emperor. If everything went according to her plan, she would have truly reincarnated and awakened the blood of the pure goddess, becoming an unprecedented super expert in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. This secret could be said to have shocked Long Chen. What a meticulous plan the Sword Soul Emperor had. On one hand, he had reincarnated and merged with Lingxi. On the other hand, he had arranged for a martial dragon to be handed over to the 4 sword masters to nurture a martial dragon husband, who could awaken the blood of Goddess Su. Long Chen and Lingxi were already husband and wife. However, the blood of Goddess Su had yet to awaken. It must be because Long Chen had yet to transform into a real dragon. When Long Chen transformed into a dragon, the infant ancient blood spiritual dragon and the body of an ancestral dragon would definitely be able to kill Wang Chen's insignificant Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon. No wonder the martial spirit swordmaster and the others were so stubborn and even rejected Long Chen. On one hand, it was because Long Chen was also a martial dragon, which gave them a sense of crisis. On the other hand, everything they had carried out was planned by the Sword Soul Emperor. If they succeeded, the Sword Soul Emperor would become the strongest expert in the history of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. However, Long Chen had appeared at this time to mess things up. The reason why they didn't kill Long Chen was because Long Chen had a powerful background. What made the 4 sword masters of the Sword Soul Emperor Palace the most helpless was that the person Lingxi loved with all her heart was Long Chen. Do you feel pressured? In fact, the person you have to fight against isn't Wang Chen or the 4 sword masters, but the spiritual will of the Sword Soul Emperor. This is the mission that she entrusted to you. The 4 sword masters wouldn't dare to make the slightest mistake. Even if the martial spirit sword master is Lingxi's biological father, he can't do anything about it. This matter is too important to the Sword Soul Emperor. Long Chen fell silent. It seemed that the Sword Soul Emperor Palace was like a sturdy fortress. It was harder to break through than he had imagined. Long Chen originally thought that it would be enough to prove that he was stronger than Wang Chen. However, it seemed that even if he was stronger than Wang Chen was the reincarnation of the Sword Soul Emperor. No matter how strong he was, he might not be able to gain the recognition of the Sword Soul Emperor. Moreover, Long Chen's current status was the Saint Martial Emperor of the true Martial Emperor Palace. The other party didn't dare to underestimate him. However, if they forcefully snatched Lingxi away, it wouldn't be suitable for either party. Although love was important to Long Chen, it wouldn't be worth it if it ruined the plans of the true Martial Emperor and caused the deaths of billions of people. It would be a very difficult problem to handle. The battle on the 15th of August would be much more difficult than Long Chen had imagined. One could imagine that the Sword Soul Emperor had set up so many things in order to reincarnate and activate the pure goddess blood. How could it be so easily destroyed by Long Chen? However, Long Chen definitely couldn't accept her success. If she succeeded, Lingxi would be gone. The new Sword Soul Emperor would be born and married to Wang Chen. From then on, there would be nothing for Long Chen. Moreover, now that Wang Chen had transformed into a dragon, Long Chen had to wait until the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Fortunately, the Nirvana Tribulation Realm was just around the corner. What do you plan to do? Ling Xiao asked solemnly. He also understood that Long Chen was under a lot of pressure. Long Chen was silent for a while. Suddenly, his eyes became clear and filled with fighting spirit. He said, Ling Xiao, if you are my friend and you want Lingxi to live, do me a favor. Seeing that he was so serious, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly asked, what is it? Let me enter your god nation and take me to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace. There are still 3 months left. I feel that I can't stay in true Martial Emperor Palace and cultivate like an idiot. I want to go to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace to accompany her and let her know that I'm there. I don't want to arrive in a hurry on the 15th of August. For this battle, I have to double my preparations. Ling Xiao was stunned. He said that can't be. It'll be troublesome if you're discovered. Long Chen said, don't look down on me. The Sword Soul Emperor Palace is on the heavenly Sword Soul Mountain. There are a total of 80 million Sword Soul Emperor Palace disciples on the mountain. It's about the same as the 3,000 halls of true Martial Emperor Palace. The Sword God Palace, which is equivalent to the Martial God Palace, is located in the sea of billions of swords above the heavenly Sword Soul Mountain. Little she should be in the Sword God Palace. I'll check out the situation on the heavenly Sword Soul Mountain first. Don't worry, I'll be careful to win. Ling Xiao was a little conflicted. You only need to answer one question. Do you want little Shi to disappear and be replaced by a super strong Sword Soul Emperor? Or do you want me to make little Shi a new Sword Soul Emperor? Ling Xiao loved Lingxi dearly. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have entrusted this task to him. Most people in the Sword Soul Emperor Palace would choose Long Chen's choice. Ling Xiao, however, would choose the latter. He didn't want Lingxi to disappear. All right, I'll take you there. But you must be careful. Ling Xiao stood up and made up his mind. Long Chen chuckled softly. This was a challenge. At this point, he was no longer afraid of any challenges. Going to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace was a last-minute idea. He didn't want Lingxi to be lonely. If he could make her feel that he was by her side, perhaps it would give her a little hope. Long Chen didn't want her to compromise on her own accord. Anyway, she needs a martial dragon to be her husband. My martial dragon is many times stronger than Wang Chen's. Why not choose me? Anyway, she needs a powerful Sword Soul Emperor who has activated the pure goddess blood. Why not let Lingxi be her husband? Why let that dead old ghost be reborn? This was Long Chen's belief. It was also something he wanted to break. He wanted to replace Wang Chen and let Lingxi live on. If the other people in the Sword Soul Emperor Palace knew about his ambition, they would definitely laugh at him. This little guy was too whimsical. After making his decision, Long Chen left to bid farewell to Zhenwu Great Emperor. Long Chen told Zhenwu Great Emperor everything that Ling Xiao had said. The pure goddess blood. I should have known that she was the one who obtained it. Zhenwu Great Emperor was filled with endless emotions. If he was younger, he might have been shocked and envious. But now, in the face of a catastrophe, he had no such thoughts. Chapter 1555. Great Emperor Zhenwu sighed with emotion at the mention of the Sword Soul Great Emperor. Emperor, I want to replace Wang Chen and end the rebirth of the Sword Soul Great Emperor. Do you support me? Long Chen asked courageously. After all, the Sword Soul Great Emperor was his old friend. Zhenwu Great Emperor laughed in his wizened voice and said, Stubborn old man, this is the era of the young. The old will eventually grow old. Reincarnation is just a dream. Child, tell me, what reason do I have not to support you? In that case, Long Chen felt much more at ease. As for you going to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace now, I can only say, it's up to you. Be careful and don't be impulsive. Just let yourself regret it for the rest of your life. Long Chen nodded and said, I will remember that. All right, go. In 3 months, I will bring the true Martial Emperor Palace's line up to the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain and become your solid support. With great Emperor Zhenwu's words, Long Chen had nothing to worry about. He found Ling Xiao and followed him on the road to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace. 10 years. 10 years of fighting. Sword Soul Emperor Palace. I'm finally here. Long Chen's blood was boiling as he looked at the vast land in front of him. In order to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace today, he had fought for 10 years. The weak youth from back then had become the sacred martial emperor of the true Martial Emperor Palace. He had also obtained the protection of the true Martial Great Emperor and the support of the entire true Martial Emperor Palace. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, Long Chen was already an influential figure. To everyone in the Sword Spirit Emperor region, the shattered star river that had suddenly appeared in the center of the Sword Spirit Emperor region was where the sacred ground, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, was located. Everyone in the Sword Soul Emperor domain used swords. It was a paradise for swords. Sword chi surged everywhere. The center of the Sword Soul Emperor domain was the Shattered Star River. The so-called Shattered Star River was actually a miniature version of the Shattered Star Sea. It was the Shattered Star Sea located in the center of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. In the middle of the vast Shattered Astral River, there was a mountain that everyone yearned to see. This was the highest mountain in the 3 regions and 9 realms. It soared into the sky and pierced through the stars in the universe. It was rumored that at the peak of this mountain, one could touch the stars in the sky. This sacred mountain was known as the Sky-Piercing Sword Soul Mountain. From afar, the heaven-piercing Sword Soul Mountain looked like a super-huge sword that pierced into the starry sky. There were no words to describe the size of this gigantic sword. Its size even surpassed the true Martial Emperor Palace's Emperor Star. The sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain was home to 80 million disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The desolate Emperor Palace had close to 150 million disciples. The true Martial Emperor Palace had 100 million, and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had the least, but they still had 80 million. It was rumored that at the peak of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, the blade of the sword pierced through the starry sky and gave birth to a huge astral sword sea. This place was called the Billions of Swords Sea. The core of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the Sword God Palace, was located in this Billions of Swords Sea. There was a huge gap between the Sword God Palace and the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. The Sword God Palace was where the true elites gathered. The disciples of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain were not qualified to enter the Sword God Palace. It was just like how the disciples of the 3,000 palaces couldn't enter the Martial God Palace. The Sword God Palace was a huge building complex. It was like a huge floating island floating in the Billions of Swords Sea. There were about 10,000 elite disciples and upper echelon cultivators in the Sword God Palace. The Sword God Palace was divided into 5 sections. The center was the Sword Spirit Emperor's Divine Sword Pagoda. The Divine Sword Pagoda had been empty for countless years, but apart from the 4 sword masters, no one else was qualified to enter. The other 4 areas were governed by the 4 great sword masters. Among the 4 sword masters, the Martial Spirit Sword Master was the youngest. He wielded the refined Celestial River Sword, a medial era Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns. The only female sword master was called Sword Master Linghua. She wielded an ancient sword-shaped Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns, the Pear Blossom Snow Sword. The Pear Blossom Snow Sword could transform into thousands of different forms, just like a hidden weapon. Its lethality was rather terrifying, and it could fight against thousands of opponents alone. The other 2 sword sovereigns were very old and were already very old. They were martial brothers. The senior brother was the Royal Heaven Sword Sovereign, who wielded an 8-pattern Dao artifact, the 36 Heaven Dipper Sword. The junior brother was the Demonic Heaven Sword Sovereign, who wielded the 72 Earth Fiend Swords. Above the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, there were the 36 Heavenly Dipper Stars and the 72 Earthly Fiend Swords. The 36 Heavenly Dipper Swords and the 72 Earthly Fiend Swords were swords of stars. They were forged from the cores of the 36 Heavenly Dipper Stars and the 72 Earthly Fiend Stars. They had millions of years of history. They were close to the ancient era. They were the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's most famous treasures. These 4 swords were the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's heaven and earth splitting divine sword. The region controlled by the Lingwu Swordmaster was called the Lingwu region. There were over 2,000 disciples in the Lingwu region. One of the most luxurious courtyards was the residence of the Lingwu Swordmaster's family. The Ling family was a large clan in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The Lingwu Swordmaster was extremely powerful. He was also the current patriarch of the Ling family. His courtyard was called the Sky Spirit Pavilion. The Sky Spirit Pavilion had a radius of 50 miles. It was a grand building. There were no less than 10,000 sword-shaped sculptures. There were only a few dozen people in such a huge place. Lingxi was under house arrest in the Sky Spirit Pavilion. She hadn't left the Sky Spirit Pavilion for close to 9 months. The night view of the Sky Spirit Pavilion was very beautiful. Looking up, the 36 heavenly dipper stars and the 72 earthly fiend stars were emitting beautiful starlight. The Sky Spirit Pavilion had verdant hills and limpid water. In the courtyard, the lotus flowers were fresh. These snow-white lotus flowers were planted in an entire pond. It was more than 10 acres of land. The lotus flowers emitted an intoxicating fragrance that refreshed the mind. In fact, if one took a closer look, one could see that these white lotus flowers had 1 or 2 immortal patterns. Hundreds of lotus flowers were actually all immortal essences. From this, one could see how rich the Sword God Palace was. Under the starry sky, the white lotus flowers emitted a dense aura. Beside the lotus flowers was an exquisite pavilion. Within the pavilion, there was a young girl wearing a snow-white dress and an orange veil. Her skin was smooth and supple, and she looked like a celestial fairy. She stood there alone, looking up into the sky. Beside her was a 9-colored butterfly, chirping non-stop. Big sister, why are you unhappy again? Are you missing big brother Long Chen? Lingxi hadn't smiled in a long time. At this moment she said softly, be good. Be quiet. Don't let others hear you. The 9 Netherworld Fantasy Butterfly said angrily, your father is really hateful. I will definitely beat that weird old man's butt. Lingxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was about to educate the 9 Netherworld Fantasy Butterfly when someone came. She quickly said, quickly hide. Although the 9 Netherworld Fantasy Butterfly was unwilling, it had no choice. Lingxi turned her head to look. After a long while, a beautiful woman walked over. This beautiful woman had a transcendent temperament and was very similar to Lingxi's. However, she had an additional mature charm that made people intoxicated. Mother. Lingxi opened her red lips. This beautiful woman didn't look like Lingxi's mother. She looked more like her big sister. Seeing the loneliness in the young girl's eyes, the beautiful woman's face was filled with heartache. She pulled Lingxi to the side of the pavilion and held Lingxi's hand. Little she, you're unhappy again. No. Mother. Lingxi lowered her head. Because of Lingxi's matter, Bai Yuyun had been feeling uneasy recently. When she saw Lingxi, 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably. Mother, don't cry. Lingxi's heart ached as she wiped away her tears. Bai Yoyun's face was filled with resentment as she said, I just feel sorry for you. If I hadn't gotten this information from him, I don't know how long I would have been kept in the dark. That cruel and unscrupulous thing doesn't even want his own daughter's life. Lingxi shook her head and said, Mother, it's not like that. The Sword Soul Emperor's reincarnation only replaced all of my previous memories with the memories of his previous life. I'm still me, it's just that the things I remember are different. At that time, you didn't recognize me as your mother. When I saw you, I had to kneel to you. Am I still my treasure? Bai Yoyun's eyes were filled with tears. Lingxi didn't cry. She tightly held Bai Yoyun's hands, not knowing what to say. This is fate. I can't escape it. I was born to be someone else's wedding dress. Mother, don't worry about it too much. Compared to before, she was countless times stronger. That's right, there's a piece of news. Bai Yuyun suddenly remembered. What is it? The child you like seems to be in the true Martial Emperor Palace and has become the sacred Martial Emperor. I heard that his strength is outstanding and is already very strong. I believe that he won't lose to Wang Chen. The sacred Martial Emperor thinks that he will have a great future and become the true Martial Emperor. This child isn't simple either. Is that so? Lingxi suddenly revealed a charming smile. Why, child? I feel that since he already has such a status, if he knows his limits, he shouldn't come looking for you. After all, his status is different now and there are too many things involved, Bai Yuyun said worriedly. He will, mother. You don't understand him, Lingxi said with certainty. Bai Yuyun helplessly shook her head and said, Poor child, you are still young and don't understand the stakes. Lingxi revealed a confident smile and said, Mother, he is also young and doesn't understand. I believe in all his promises. Since I know that he is working hard, I can't slack off either. I have to rely on my own strength to pass the Nirvana tribulation within 3 months and help him. I can't waste time. Mother, I have thought it through. My own fate is in my own hands. I am not a little girl who can be bullied by others. I will also become a terrifying person. No one can touch my Chen, not even my father. Father doesn't want me anymore. He is a bad person. Only you and Chen are good people. I have to work hard and not wait for him to do everything. Bai Yuyun didn't expect that one piece of news would bring such a big change to her daughter. She didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 1556. In order to reach the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain, one had to cross the Shattered Star Sea from the edge of the true Martial Imperial Domain. The Shattered Star Sea was a transit point in the middle of the 9-star Chaos City, which was where the factions of the 3 regions and 9 realms gathered. Ordinary cultivators needed to rest in the 9-star Chaos City before continuing to cross the Shattered Star Sea. However, Long Chen didn't need to do that. When he had still been in the Sky Martial Realm, his goal had been to reach the God Martial Realm so that he would be qualified to cross the Shattered Star Sea. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he hadn't known the immensity of heaven and earth back then. Even with his current strength, he might not be able to succeed in the battle on the 15th of August. Long Chen and Ling Xiao traveled through the vast Shattered Star Sea. Before them was a dazzling starry sky filled with scattered shattered stars that emitted a mesmerizing blue light. Some were only the size of a human head, while others were hundreds of meters in diameter. Of course, given the speed at which they were moving, they would travel a great distance in the blink of an eye. They might even enter unexplored territories of the human race, which could easily lead to a violent death. Hence, no one would stay on such a star. The shattered star turbulence came from time to time. No matter what, I still have to clarify something. I can bring you to the Sword Spirit Mountain. The security there isn't tight at all, and others can sneak in. However, you must not enter the Sword God Palace. Ling Xiao hesitated for a long time before deciding that he needed to make things clear. Don't worry. My status is different now. If I appear in the Sword God Palace, it won't be good for our relationship. It will also affect my own plans. I know what I'm doing, Long Chen said nonchalantly. Ling Xiao felt more at ease when he heard his certainty. He didn't know if what he was doing was right or wrong, but he had no other choice. He couldn't change Lingxi's fate on his own, so he could only count on Long Chen. Long Chen was the sacred martial emperor, so he was qualified to do so. However, Ling Xiao didn't have much hope. It wasn't that Long Chen couldn't do it, but that his opponents were too strong. His opponent wasn't the 4 great sword masters, but the Sword Soul Great Emperor. The Sword Spirit Great Emperor had plotted for many years just for this moment of reincarnation. The 4 great sword masters obeyed her and pledged their lives to follow her. Long Chen wasn't a member of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Even if he was as strong as the Zhenwu Great Emperor, it wasn't convenient for him to directly interfere with the internal affairs of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. To put it lightly, this was interference. To put it more seriously, it was serious damage to the relationship between the two sides. This was war. Great Emperor Zhenwu would not allow this. Long Chen knew all of this very well. However, he only needed to know that the woman was waiting for him, and that was enough. The journey to Broken Starfield was a little long. Thus, Long Chen knew that he didn't have more than 3 months to prepare. After traveling in the Broken Starfield for nearly 15 days, Long Chen arrived at the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain for the first time. The Sword Spirit Imperial Domain was similar to the Zhenwu Emperor Palace. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was also located in the center of the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. The overall strength of the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain decreased from the center to the periphery. The closer one was to the periphery, the lower the overall strength of the martialists. The only difference was that in the Sword Spirit Imperial region, there were a large number of sword cultivators. In this place, sword cultivators were extremely fond of swords. Even children would use swords to train all day long. As Long Chen journeyed, he saw tens of millions of swords below. Their sword Qi soared into the sky. Long Chen's only goal was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Therefore, he and Ling Xiao headed straight for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Once they reached a place with a Qian Kuan transfer array, everything became much easier. Long Chen and Ling Xiao passed through the transfer array and spent a few days before they finally arrived at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's region, the Shattered Star River. The land in front of them suddenly caved in. An incomparably huge sinkhole with no end in sight appeared in front of them. Within the sinkhole, there were millions of stars revolving around a center. If he didn't know that this was where the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was located, Long Chen would have thought that he had arrived at the periphery of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. After all, the Broken Star River was no different from the Broken Star Sea. It could be considered an inland sea of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The reason why it was called a river was because the Broken Star River was like the moat of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, surrounding the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. However, because it was so vast it looked like a sea. If the Broken Star Sea was an eye-opener for Long Chen, then the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain would probably shock Long Chen. Back then, the Zhenwu Emperor Palace had given Long Chen a strong martial aura. As for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, it was sword intent. Shocking, right? Ling Xiao felt sincerely proud of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. Long Chen looked over. In the deepest part of the Broken Star River, there was a huge black shadow. This shadow was very thin and long. The Broken Star Sea was so big, but it seemed to occupy more than half of the Broken Star River. However, this wasn't the main thing. The main thing was its length. This black shadow pierced straight into the sky, straight into the starry sky, and connected with the stars in the sky. This scene was like a black long sword piercing through the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, and even piercing into the starry sky. This was the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. Upon a closer look, this sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain looked like a sword. Such a huge mystery. It's really the work of the gods. Long Chen couldn't help but admit. After witnessing the size of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, Long Chen entered Ling Xiao's God Kingdom and followed Ling Xiao into the Broken Star River. The periphery of the Broken Star River was under the control of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Very soon, there would be people coming up to investigate. However, after discovering that it was Ling Xiao from the Sword God Palace, they hurriedly retreated respectfully, treating Ling Xiao like a legendary figure. The Broken Star River didn't seem wide, but with Ling Xiao's speed, it took him more than half a day to get close to the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were very interesting. They lived on the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, but the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain was extremely steep. To be able to survive in such a harsh environment, one could only say that they were very impressive. In the Broken Star River, there were a large number of broken stars revolving around the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. There was no broken star turbulence here, but there were endless broken stars. It was the most ideal training ground. Every day, there were tens of millions of people practicing their swordsmanship in the Broken Star River. The stars attacked from afar with great force. They were extremely fast and contained tremendous energy. The disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace focused on becoming one with the sword, and then they could shatter the stars with their swords. These endless broken stars were the best tool for the disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to practice their swordsmanship. In the next 2 months, perhaps I can also practice my swordsmanship in the Broken Star River. Long Chen said. That's not a problem. There are more than 20 million people practicing their swordsmanship in the Broken Star River every day. As long as you cover up a little, no one will discover you. Ling Xiao said. He actually hoped that Long Chen really wanted to come here to practice his swordsmanship. He was afraid that Long Chen would act recklessly and cause trouble. If that happened, they would lose everything. Soon, Long Chen followed him and climbed the heaven-span Sword Soul Mountain. It was a steep black mountain. It was very inconvenient for people to walk on it, and many of the buildings were of strange shapes. The environment of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain is not as good as the Emperor Star. However, the harsh environment has tempered the willpower of the disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. We spend most of our time cultivating or practicing our swordsmanship. There are very few romantic activities. Of course, the truly beautiful place is the Sword God Palace. I hope you can visit it when you have the chance. Ling Xiao explained. Although Long Chen didn't come out of the God Nation, he could see how barren the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain was. The black sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain actually had a strong gravitational force, causing the gravity to increase. Standing on the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, the pressure increased by several times. This was undoubtedly a great training for the disciples' speed and strength. From afar, the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain looked like a giant sword piercing the clouds. But standing on the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, it only felt like a huge mountain. I have completed my mission this time, so I have to leave first. You stay here and cultivate in peace. I will tell little She about you so that she can rest assured, Ling Xiao said solemnly. I will cultivate and practice my swordsmanship in this area. You can look for me at any time, Longchen said. Since the agreement was made, there was nothing else to discuss. Ling Xiao left for the Sword God Palace after giving him some instructions. Meanwhile, Long Chen came out of his god nation alone. He looked at the huge sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, the vast Shattered Star River, and the millions of star fragments on the Shattered Star River. This is the place that I have been dreaming of, the place that I have spent 10 years to come to. Looking at the Black Mountain, the endless void, and the revolving stars, Long Chen was overwhelmed with emotions. Coming here first was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He longed to let Lingxi know of his hard work. He raised his head and looked at the place where the sword Soul Mountain pierced the starry sky. It was also the place where the Sword God Palace was located, and also the place where she was. At this point, Long Chen would no longer say anything emotional to her. He silently pulled out the god-slaying sword. Gray sword aura surged, and on the skull, for Tao patterns intertwined strangely, as though they were piecing together the embryonic form of a pattern. Raising the god-slaying sword, Long Chen looked coldly at the highest peak of the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain. Sword aura surged in his eyes, and he let out a deep roar, venting the indignation and resentment in his heart. Then, he smashed his head into the Shattered Star River. The Sword Spirit Emperor's plan, the 4 Sword Masters' oath to follow him, and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's strength. As for Long Chen, he swore to break all of this. He swore to give Lingxi the life she truly wanted. He swore to protect this girl. He swore to fulfill his long-cherished wish of the past 10 years. He swore to give himself and Lingxi an explanation. Chapter 1557. Within the Shattered Star River. Long Chen barged in alone. The Shattered Star River was boundless. Tens of millions of people were training here, but there was no one within 10 miles of Long Chen. The third word of the god-slaying formula had a total of 81 strokes. It was the word with the most strokes in ancient times. This word was Wu. 81 strokes represented 81 sword chi of death. The sword chi of the god-slaying sword was the sword chi of death and also the sword chi of devouring. The sword chi of darkness. If a normal person's body came into contact with it, they would rot rapidly. Its power was boundless. If a Tao item came into contact with it, its spiritual energy would be devoured. 4 sword chi formed the heaven word formula. It had immense destructive power. 9 sword chi formed the develop word formula. Its destructive power increased by several times. And when the 81 sword chi was used, it had reached Long Chen's limit. Long Chen estimated that the power of the Wu word formula would be the strongest attack he had. It would consume a third of his nirvana power. This meant that if he did not recover, Long Chen could only use the Wu word formula 3 times. The 81 sword chi formed the death sword prison. Normal martial artists would not be able to escape from it. Of course, if Long Chen took out the golden demon imprisonment column with 8 Tao patterns and used the 9 dragons devours the heavens, the power would probably surpass the Wu word formula. But it would also consume a lot of energy. The Wu word formula and the golden demon imprisonment column would be Long Chen's next 2 strongest attacks. And the third one could not be ignored. It was the extreme finger of time. It was because of time reversal that Long Chen had survived from the brink of death several times. But that time reversal was performed by the Void Dragon Talisman. It was not Long Chen's real skill. Without the Void Dragon Talisman, time reversal disappeared. The third tier of the extreme finger of time was time reversal. Time reversal was broad and profound. Only when one reached the Nirvana realm could one truly study this attribute of the Tao of time. Of course, time disorder and time stop were both. Long Chen could only be considered a beginner in these 2 attributes. The extreme universal finger was the introductory teaching material for the Tao of time. It opened the door to the 3 attributes for Long Chen, allowing him to experience and use them. During his confrontation with the city lord of the tragic Death's Eye, Long Chen's understanding of time stillness had taken another step forward. He also had a preliminary understanding of time reversal, but if he wanted to get started, he still had to spend a lot of time pondering. During his time in the Broken Stars Sea, Long Chen was fully immersed in the cultivation of the wordless technique. The place that Ling Xiao had chosen for him was deserted. The god-slaying sword gradually awakened and became more and more terrifying. The skull seemed to have gained a divine charm. The originally gray sword body actually became incomparably sharp at this moment. The aura of death and devouring was emitted, causing one's hair to stand on end. A large area of the shattered Star River was immersed in the aura of death. This was the result of Long Chen's concealment. Under the gravitational force of the Heavenly Sword Soul Mountain, the stars were being devoured by the Heavenly Sword Soul Mountain. The bigger the star, the more terrifying it was. Many of these broken stars were directly devoured from the Broken Star Sea on the back of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to replenish the number of broken stars in the Shattered Star River. The disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace used the stars to train. In fact, it was also a way to protect the Heavenly Sword Soul Mountain. Otherwise, with so many stars, the Heavenly Sword Soul Mountain would be smashed full of holes in the long run. Heaven Character Technique. Long Chen's figure sped through the countless powerful broken stars. He executed the Heaven Character Technique. 4 streams of sword chi formed the word heaven and pierced into the sky. A piece of broken star with a diameter of over 100 meters fell from the sky, but it was chopped into several pieces by his sword. The cut was neat, and it was simply the work of the gods. The star carried a huge force, and it actually forced Long Chen to take a few steps back. Yen Character Technique. With extraordinary speed, Long Chen caught up to the pieces that were chopped off by him. 9 streams of sword chi shot out. Each of them was over 100 meters long, and the sharp sword light directly shattered the pieces. There was a large amount of meteoric iron inside the star, and it was very hard. To be able to shatter it, one would need at least the power of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Those God Martial Realm sword martialists only dared to find broken stars with a diameter of 1 or 2 meters to practice their swordsmanship. Moreover, most of them couldn't directly shatter a star with a single sword strike. With Long Chen's level, others would definitely be suspicious if they saw him training in the Shattered Star River. Of course, Long Chen was very careful. He realized that these fast and powerful fragmentary stars were very helpful to his practice of the wordless incantation. After all, the trajectories of the fragmentary stars weren't fixed, and it was hard to grasp them. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to launch 81 sword strikes to form the Death Sword Prison and hit all the fragmentary stars accurately. Long Chen cautiously entered a state of cultivation. Every time he was tired, he would lie down in the Shattered Star River and look at the Sword God's palace at the highest point. He would think of his beloved there, and then look at the statue of Yang Ling-Qing in the Divine Kingdom. He would be filled with endless fighting spirit. His beloved woman needed him desperately. Although he wasn't her biological sister, he was closer to her than his biological sister. She also needed him to rescue her. Under such heavy pressure, it would be a sin for him to relax even for a moment. Heaven rewarded the diligent. The most terrifying thing was a diligent genius. Long Chen had already absorbed 90% of the primordial blood spirit dragon's inheritance, and he was about to completely accept the inheritance. In terms of talent, he could be said to be dozens of times stronger than the most terrifyingly talented geniuses in the history of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Even if Lingxi's pure goddess blood awakened, she might not necessarily be as talented as him. The only thing Long Chen lacked was time. 10 years was too short, but he had already grown to such a level. It was already a kind of legend. Under such heavy pressure, Long Chen refused to relax for even a moment. 1 sword. 2 swords. The god-slaying sword danced in his hand. His entire body was entangled in the gray sword aura, and he gradually entered a state of forgetfulness. He closed his eyes and the trajectories of the fast-moving stars in the starry sky appeared extremely clearly in his mind. Every time he lost his strength, he would climb up again and again. The rapid recovery of his strength brought him a breakthrough in the martial way. Under his nurturing, the Nirvana Golden Wheel grew rapidly, and he would soon reach the level of martial way great completion. Whether it was the wordless skill, time reversal, or martial way great completion, the improvement in every aspect would be extremely useful on the 15th of August. Long Chen hoped that he could reach that step. 2 months' time would be up in a short while. Until now, he hadn't completed a single one of them. There was no need to talk about redemption and salvation. The weak were destined to have their dignity trampled and were destined to lose everything. Hence, he refused to accept it. The surrounding stars had all been reduced to pieces by him and scattered on the sword Sol Tong Tian. In fact, the speed at which they disappeared was faster than the speed at which they were replenished. Long Chen was still not satisfied. He harshly demanded of himself and clenched his teeth as he fought against the broken stars one by one. The sword aura of the god-slaying sword was turbulent and it slashed the huge stars into the human world. As time passed, Long Chen's progress in the wordless skill became greater and greater as he struggled to get up again and again. He could control more and more sword auras at the same time. Until this moment, he was facing the hundreds of huge stars that were attacking him. Among them, each star had a diameter of more than 100 meters. They were all huge stars. Only warriors in the Nirvana Tribulation realm would dare to use these stars to practice their swordsmanship. Each star was covered with dense sword scars. These scars were left by a large number of warriors in history, but no one had ever been able to break them. Long Chen had waited for a long time for so many huge stars to combine together. The huge energy contained within was enough to kill a warrior in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Generally speaking, even a warrior in the Nirvana Tribulation realm would have no choice but to escape when faced with such a huge star array. However, this was indeed the coincidence that Long Chen had been waiting for the most. He was bare-chested and his eyes were filled with a stern sword will. In his right hand, the slender god-slaying sword stood in the air. On it, there were countless gray sword cheese. Within it, there were densely packed cages. One man and one sword, facing hundreds of huge stars, whistled. Blocking in front of these stars was undoubtedly courting death. However, at that moment, Long Chen let out a roar that contained the divine might of an ancient super beast. Under his roar, even the stars were trembling. Wordless skill. Deadly sword prison. When the densely packed huge stars whistled and were less than 100 meters away from Long Chen, at that moment, Long Chen's entire body trembled violently. The god-slaying sword in his hand swept out in the most violent manner. The brilliant gray sword auras exploded and scattered into 81 rays of sword auras. The power of each ray of sword aura surpassed the combined power of the 4 rays of sword auras of the heaven character skill. The 81 rays of sword auras formed an extremely complicated ancient character that contained supreme divine might. The sword auras surged and the galaxy shook. The 81 rays of sword auras collided with the huge stars that were sweeping over. In an instant, the stars melted. Before Long Chen's eyes, each ray of sword aura pierced a star accurately. The stars that were pierced seemed to have suffered the most terrifying impact and exploded. Before they could even explode, they were all blasted into powder. Hundreds of stars were all turned into powder. In an instant, it was as if it was raining. Countless densely packed raindrops formed a huge wall and crashed into Long Chen's shirtless body. Long Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed. The powder quickly dissipated in the entire broken star sea. He stretched out his hand and saw that the largest piece of powder in his hand was only the size of a pinky finger. It was like a soybean. This was the power of one attack from the wordless skill. Hundreds of huge stars turned into millions of pieces of powder and rushed past Long Chen. I did it! The nervousness on Long Chen's face finally disappeared. He was extremely excited. This was the result of his hard work for more than 10 days. The power of this move was definitely a powerful killing move. I wonder if Wang Chen can block it. As he thought about this, he turned around. Ling Xiao, who was covered in dust from the star powder, looked at Long Chen in shock. When he performed that move, Long Chen knew that he was coming for him. I recommend Supreme Grade Saint Doctor. Chapter 1558. The commotion gradually dissipated. However, the loud sound waves would definitely attract the attention of others. Long Chen did not say anything else. First, he and Ling Xiao moved to a place where there was no one around. At this moment, Ling Xiao could not contain his shock as he stared at Long Chen in a daze. I would need to slash at a star of that level for a month to shatter it, Ling Xiao said in a shocked tone. The gap between him and Long Chen had reached such an extent. He remembered that back in 9-star Chaos City, their strength was about the same. Many people thought that Long Chen was strong enough because he could shake Ling Xiao away. But today, Ling Xiao needed to slash at a star for a month. But Long Chen had turned hundreds of stars of the same level into dust in an instant. This was the difference between heaven and earth. With your strength, defeating my father Ling Song would not be a problem at all. Life is full of ups and downs. Your progress has already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. You are a genius who works hard. I cannot deny this. Ling Xiao's eyes were unable to calm down for a long time. He knew that Long Chen was strong, but he did not know that he had reached such a level. The power and precision of that sword strike was not something even a third-stage Nirvana Tribulation martialist could achieve. Every third-stage Nirvana Tribulation martialist had lived for tens of thousands of years and cultivated for tens of thousands of years. This was also Long Chen's first success. Wordless art, time reversal, martial path great completion. He had completed the first stage and was quite confident about the battle on August 15th, but it was far from enough. Why did you come to me? Long Chen asked. Ling Xiao had already informed Little Shi. Could it be that Little Shi had something to say to him? Long Chen was looking forward to it. At this moment, Ling Xi was the only reason for him to work hard. No matter how many girls he had met, no matter how many things he had experienced, Ling Xi had always been the one and only true love in his heart. She was the only woman who could penetrate his heart and make him unable to forget her for countless days and nights. Ling Xiao finally remembered the matter at hand and said helplessly, I told Little Shi about your arrival. And then? Long Chen asked. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, she's crying, but she's crying because she's happy. From the looks of it, she seems to be very blissful. During this half a year of house arrest, I've never seen her so happy. This has strengthened my resolve to help you all. Only you can give her happiness. Long Chen closed his eyes. He could imagine the look on Ling Xi's face when she heard the news about him. That silly girl, this time, he had given her a huge surprise and a pillar of support. She wanted to see me. I could not dissuade her, so I agreed, Ling Xiao said suddenly. What? Long Chen was caught off guard. In fact, he also knew that if he rashly snuck into Sword God's palace and was exposed, then it would be very troublesome. He didn't want Ling Xiao to take such a risk for him. After all, if he was exposed, then as the person who had led Long Chen in, while Long Chen might be fine, it was very likely that Ling Xiao would be executed. Therefore, he did not dare to force it. But Ling Xiao had come looking for him himself. Of course, only Ling Xi's request would be able to move him. Long Chen calmed down and shook his head. This is too dangerous for you. Forget it, it won't matter. Ling Xiao was impressed by his calmness. He trusted Long Chen even more. Furthermore, the Sword God Palace is unable to use their divine sense, so the possibility of being discovered is actually very small. Furthermore, I've already said that I believe that you can give her happiness. I'm her uncle and I've watched her grow up. I love her dearly, so I want to contribute a little to change her fate. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Ling Xiao was very impressed by Ling Xiao's ability to remain calm in such a situation. He trusted Long Chen even more. He said sincerely, don't worry, I've already made the necessary arrangements. Moreover, the Lingwu Swordmaster only placed Little Shi under house arrest and did not really care about her. Long Chen respected him from the bottom of his heart. As a member of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he had gone against the Sword Spirit Emperor and the 4 great swordmasters. This required extraordinary courage. Thank you. Let's enter the God's Nation. Ling Xiao was ready to set off. Long Chen made some preparations and entered Ling Xiao's God's Nation excitedly. In fact, he also longed to see Ling Xi. This desire was no less than Ling Xi's, but he was more rational. Now that he had this opportunity, the excitement in his heart was no less than Ling Xi's. In the past 10 years, besides the half a year of life and death together and the trip to the chaotic God's Nation, they had never had the chance to meet again. In his mind, the little girl had matured and become more and more adorable. She was so fresh and delicious, but he did not have much time to enjoy her. There had been so many twists and turns along the way. He had hoped that she would follow him again, and that no one would be able to control his life and love. She had also put in a lot of effort, including escaping from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and using the fake Ling Xi to replace him. Long Chen felt that it was all worth it for this girl who had gone through thick and thin with him. Ling Xiao shot up into the sky, from the bottom of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain to the top. The higher he went, the steeper it got, and the closer he got to the starry sky. Where the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain pierced through the starry sky, there was a sea of trillions of swords, and the Sword God's palace floated in the middle of it. After reaching the peak of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, Long Chen finally saw the sea of trillions of swords above the shattered Star River. This place was above the clouds, and it was like an immortal realm. It looked like a boundless ocean, and the Sword God's palace was like a heavenly palace in this immortal realm ocean. It was dignified, domineering, and possessed boundless divine might. Amidst the sea of millions and millions of swords, there were countless sword embryos. They revolved around the Sword God Palace and shot forward rapidly. Long Chen could see so many sharp swords. Among them were ordinary swords, and there were even Dao artifacts. Among the trillions of swords, there were tens of thousands of swords flying around the Sword God's palace, densely packed. Above the clouds, sword chi surged violently, wanting to pierce through the heavens and shatter the universe. It's rumored that the myriad sword ocean is a sword formation personally laid down by our ancestor. If we encounter an invasion, the myriad sword ocean will be activated, and the Sword God Palace will become the strongest fortress in the world. No intruder will be able to take half a step closer to the Sword God Palace, or else they'll die. The myriad sword ocean grand formation is something that our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace fears. Ling Xiao said proudly. Long Chen nodded. If the City Lord of the Tragic City mobilizes his ghostly army, I wonder if the trillions of swords formation will be able to withstand it. Furthermore, the City Lord of the Tragic City is attacking the most ordinary commoners in the Sword Spirit Emperor District. The trillions of swords formation won't be able to protect them. As Long Chen lamented, Ling Xiao followed a fixed path through the trillions of swords. There is a path in the trillions of swords formation. If you take the wrong path, you will be pierced by thousands of swords. These are the guards of the Sword God's palace. Throughout history, not many people have been able to sneak into the Sword God's palace. Ling Xiao explained to Long Chen as he carefully advanced. Furthermore, the path of the trillions of swords formation changes frequently. Even if outsiders remember it, it's useless. Only the core members of the Sword God's palace know. The security of the Sword God's palace was much stricter than that of the Martial God's palace. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's security was much stronger than the true Martial Emperor Palace's. Compared to the true Martial Emperor Palace, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had risen to prominence much earlier. The closer he got to Lingxi, the more excited Long Chen became. Soon, Ling Xiao skillfully passed through the trillions of swords formation. In front of him was a palace that resembled a heavenly palace, the Sword God's Palace. The centermost building of the Sword God's Palace was the Divine Sword Pagoda. The Divine Sword Pagoda was shaped like a sword piercing through the clouds. It looked similar to the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, but the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain was dead, while the Divine Sword Pagoda was alive. The terrifying sword intent that soared into the sky and the sword chi that swept through the surroundings deterred anyone from approaching. Ling Xiao walked as usual. Not many people noticed him. At most, a few familiar faces greeted him. It was a daunting experience, but not a dangerous one. After arriving at the Sword God's palace, Ling Xiao did not speak to Long Chen anymore. He headed towards the Lingwu Sword Sect's territory, the Lingwu region's Sky Spirit Pavilion. The Sword God's palace was shrouded in mist and immortal qi. It was as beautiful as a dream, much more beautiful than the true Martial Emperor Palace's 5 elements clear sky pagoda. Lingxi had spent her childhood here. However, this was a place where she was imprisoned, a place where she was stored. Long Chen also hated this place. Many years ago, there must have been an old woman in the direction of the Sword God's pagoda. She had racked her brains to find a way to be reborn and soar. That was why Lingxi felt so pressured today. We're here. Ling Xiao often went to the Sky Spirit Pavilion to look for Lingxi. There were 2 late-stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivators guarding Lingxi. They were very familiar with Ling Xiao. After greeting the 2 elders respectfully, Lingxi entered the Sky Spirit Pavilion. After Ling Xiao left, one of the elders said doubtfully, "Ever since Ling Xiao returned from delivering the invitation to the true Martial Emperor Palace, he seems to be coming here frequently." "Is that so?" The other elder was also very doubtful. Xier has liked to play with him since she was young. It's normal that the 2 of them have a deep relationship. As for Wang Chen, Xier liked him very much in the beginning. Now, she doesn't even want to see him. The last time Wang Chen came, she was the one who chased him away. That's right. If this goes on, how are they going to get married? This is a matter for the higher-ups. We just need to take care of Xier. Let them worry about the rest. By the way, Long Chen from the true Martial Emperor Palace has already become the sacred Martial Emperor. You know about this, right? Of course I know. This matter has caused a huge commotion in the Sword God's palace. Everyone is very shocked. But so what? Without fate, feelings are unreliable. Parents' orders are the right thing to do. Fortunately, they didn't pursue the matter of Ling Xiao's visit. Instead, they talked about Long Chen's matter. December, full exemption. Chapter 1559. The Sky Spirit Court was huge, but there were only a few people inside. Ling Xiao was very careful, trying his best not to stand out. Those who were still in the Sky Spirit Court were actually arranged by the Lingwu Swordmaster to keep an eye on Lingxi. The Sword Spirit Thearcha's plan was a top priority for the Sword Spirit the Arch Palace. If Ling Xiao's plan was exposed, he would definitely die. Hence, even though Long Chen was in the God Nation, he was still a little nervous. Relax. The more nervous you are, the easier it is to arouse suspicion. Long Chen comforted him softly. Ling Xiao was a straightforward and daring person. Hearing Long Chen's words, he relaxed a lot. He tried his best to hypnotize himself that this was just an ordinary visit. On the way, Ling Xiao met another elder. He bowed respectfully. Ling Xiao, you've been slacking off a lot lately. Wang Chen has already entered the Nirvana Tribulation realm. You have to work harder too, the elder urged. Ling Xiao understands. I'll write a reminder to Uncle Master. Ling Xiao replied hurriedly. Lingxi's status is special. Even though you have a good relationship with her, don't come and visit her too often. Don't do it again. Do you understand? Focus your energy on cultivation. The old man looked at him solemnly. Only then did Ling Xiao agree respectfully. Only then did the two of them pass through the last checkpoint without any mishaps. In reality, both of them were extremely nervous. Long Chen felt even more depressed. He had to be so sneaky just to see her. As a man, he had no choice but to meet her in secret. When that day comes, I will be open and above board, Long Chen told himself. They finally arrived at their destination. Before them was a beautiful, tranquil courtyard. The most eye-catching thing in the courtyard was a lake of snow-white lotus flowers. The fragrance filled the air, making one feel refreshed. These snow-white lotus flowers were actually immortal essences. The entire courtyard was bathed in the fragrance of the lotus flowers. If an ordinary person stayed in this courtyard, even if they did not cultivate, they would still live for thousands of years. Their potential would even change. Outside the Sword God Palace, they would definitely be considered a top-notch genius. In the deepest part of the courtyard, there was a little house surrounded by flowers and grass. This was where Lingxi lived. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already reached the door of the little house. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the wooden door of the little house creaked open. A young girl with a face full of excitement, pure as a snow lotus, ran out of the little house. A gentle breeze caressed her, causing her snow-white dress to flutter in the wind. The girl's pitch-black long hair scattered down her back, and along with the gentle breeze, a pair of sparkling and translucent eyes flickered with sparkling and translucent water droplets. As her long dress fluttered in the wind, her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Her beautiful body was hidden under the light veil, causing one's imagination to run wild. After having a relationship with Long Chen, Lingxi had become even more enchanting, more and more feminine. At first sight of this young girl, Long Chen could no longer look away. Lingxi had not seen Long Chen yet. She looked at Ling Xiao anxiously and asked, "Uncle Ling Xiao Chen." Ling Xiao shushed her, gesturing for her to stop laughing. After looking around for a while, he entered Lingxi's building and closed the door. "Is Chen here?" Lingxi asked anxiously. Her watery eyes stared at Ling Xiao. "Damned girl, all your thoughts are on that stinky brat." Ling Xiao smiled helplessly and said, "You guys talk. Don't take too long. I'll keep watch outside. If there's any movement, I'll come in immediately. Remember, don't take too long." If it took too long, he really could not guarantee anything. "I understand." After receiving the confirmation, Lingxi was unusually excited and looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. At that moment, Long Chen came out of Ling Xiao's kingdom of God. Ling Xiao moved quickly and immediately walked out of the building. He closed the simple wooden door and left the space for Long Chen and Lingxi. Perhaps the current situation was proof of that saying. They looked at each other without a word and tears streamed down their cheeks. "Little Shi, Long Chen opened his arms. He was a man, of course he had no tears. They had not seen each other for a long time. Under such a tense situation, he had snuck in just to see Lingxi. Chen. Lingxi quietly nestled in his embrace, reaching out to hug Long Chen's sturdy waist. This familiar warmth caused hot tears to well up in her eyes. This was the kind of feeling she longed for. In front of Long Chen, she could be unrestrained and unrestrained. She could disregard everything. The girl in his arms was undoubtedly fragile and needed him. Long Chen pulled her delicate body into his embrace and hugged her tightly. The two of them didn't say anything and just quietly let time pass. This brief moment of being together, which they had yearned for even in their dreams, made the two of them completely forget the passage of time. In other words, they wished that time would stop at this moment forever. Long Chen did not know that he had missed her so much until he had seen her in person. He had too many things on his mind and it was messing up his thoughts. In this sealed place, Lingxi could not take a single step out, and there were also several layers of guards. She could only live in this place. It must be very miserable. In this place, Lingxi had waited for him for 10 whole years. So, what reason did he have not to fight to the end for her? She had given everything to him. If he did not save her, then she would disappear forever. She would perish without a trace. From the beginning to the end, she had always been the person Long Chen loved the most. In this life, the most unforgettable thing was the feelings they had when they were young. At that time, Long Chen was only 16 years old. The two of them were at the most ignorant age, but they had an unforgettable journey together. When Lingxi was taken away, Long Chen swore to the heavens that one day, he would come to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and fulfill his promise. Today, he finally came to Lingxi's side. No words could describe the excitement in his heart. A simple hug had already replaced thousands of words. Lingxi wiped away her tears and revealed a heart-moving smile. She said resolutely, "It's time for us to start. I can't cry and let Big Brother Chen look down on me. It's been a long time since I've truly cried." Long Chen caressed her fair face. Her flawless face was simply the most perfect masterpiece of God. "Very good, as expected of my Lingxi," Yi Futian said with a smile. Now that he was truly standing in front of Lingxi, he realized that he was no longer able to say as many flowery words as he did 10 years ago. He was truly rooted to the spot, not knowing what he should say. Should he make a solemn vow of undying love or say some heroic words? He was unable to say any of these things. When he saw the look of anticipation in the girl's eyes, Long Chen knew that there were some things that he could only say in his heart. Heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. For the sake of a smile, he would conquer the world. So what if his name shocked the world? Moreover, Long Chen did not just want her to smile. He wanted to give her an explanation. He wanted to give her a free life of her own. Long Chen had no freedom. From his longing gaze and painful howls, Long Chen could feel how important freedom was to a person. What's more, Lingxi was born to be someone else's wedding dress. She would lose herself. She would become another person. No matter what happened to Lingxi, Long Chen would not accept it. He wanted to break the rules. So what if it was the Sword Spirit Emperor's plan? "Chin, do you know how happy I was when I found out that you had arrived at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace?" Lingxi was as happy as a butterfly among the flowers. Long Chen smiled and stood at the side, looking at the charming girl. As long as she was smiling, Long Chen felt that his entire gray world was filled with light. "It's been 10 years. Other than the half a year we spent together, other than the short period of warmth in the chaotic kingdom of God, I have never been this happy," she said seriously as she stood in front of Long Chen and looked up at Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen was like a warrior, and she was like a princess. He protected her silently, only listened to her words, and kept them in his heart. Sometimes, I wonder if happiness is really so difficult. Lingxi tilted her head in confusion. However, she had changed a lot. At least she did not cry when she said this. "My life actually doesn't belong to me. I grew up in someone else's design. Even though they told me that after we're done, I'll still be me. It's just that my memories will be different. They don't know that this is the scariest thing to me." She walked up to Long Chen and held his finger. She said with some grievance, "I can hand over everything. After all, my body, hair, and skin were given to my parents. I owe them this. But my memories, the days I spent with you, those are the most beautiful things in my life. I can't do it. I really can't do it." I don't want you to live in regret in this world, facing a me that isn't me. Lingxi's eyes were blank. She continued, sometimes, when I think about the future, I feel very afraid. I'm not afraid that I'll die, not afraid that I'll disappear, but I'm worried about you. I'm worried that you'll be hurt, worried that you'll be in pain. If I don't tell you the truth, I imagine how helpless you'll be when you've worked so hard for so long, yet you're faced with a me that doesn't have you in your memories. Every time I think about this, my heart aches. She seemed to have a lot of things to talk about. This woman was like his life. If she was gone, Long Chen would realize that his life would lose its color. Some things were just so precious. However, before he could do it, he did not want to make any promises in front of her. On the 15th of August, Long Chen would use all his strength and struggle to give her an explanation. He pulled Lingxi back into his embrace, his slender fingers lightly stroking her long, silky hair. It's so warm. Will it belong to me forever? Lingxi said in a daze. Long Chen pinched her nose. He smiled but did not say a word. You jerk. Lingxi looked at him angrily. Long Chen was infatuated with her pink lips. He was stunned for a moment before he kissed her. Chapter 1560. Long Chen should have sensed her presence a long time ago. However, he had been too engrossed in his conversation with Lingxi, and his emotions had fluctuated greatly. With Ling Xiao keeping watch outside, he had overlooked the beautiful woman who was in the pavilion. He had just touched Lingxi's alluring lips when he had sensed the beautiful woman's presence. In truth, his heart had turned cold at that moment. He subconsciously pulled Lingxi into his embrace and looked at the beautiful woman warily. This woman was as young as Lingxi's older sister, but she was full of charm. She was dignified and noble, and her temperament was elegant. She made people feel very comfortable and even ashamed of their inferiority. Long Chen's mind worked very quickly. This woman had been in the pavilion all along, but Lingxi had not mentioned her. She must be one of them. Looking at her extremely similar appearance to Lingxi, Long Chen could more or less guess the woman's identity. The beautiful woman stared at the two of them in a daze, her red lips slightly parted. Lingxi's face instantly turned red. She nervously struggled out of Long Chen's embrace and hurriedly said, "Mother, he's Chen." She was indeed Lingxi's mother. She looked much younger than the Lingwu sword master. It was hard not to look young and alluring in this immortal snow lotus pond. After realizing the other party's identity, Long Chen was indeed a little embarrassed. After all, this was his mother-in-law. In the future, she might even be half a mother to him. He had just been kissing Lingxi and coincidentally bumped into her, causing her to see this scene. He felt a little embarrassed. However, Long Chen was someone who had seen the world. He suppressed the awkwardness and politely bowed to Bai Yuyun, saying, "Junior Long Chen greets." At this point, he was stunned. What should he call it? "You can just call me Aunt Bai." Bai Yuyun came to her senses and lightly smiled, not taking what had just happened to her seriously. In reality, with her experience, she had long since known that Long Chen and Lingxi had a deeper relationship. Back then, she had even lost her temper with Lingxi over this matter. This matter had already happened a long time ago, and although Bai Yuyun had not brought it up, she still cared about it. But after seeing Long Chen today, she inexplicably felt a sense of trust. "I didn't expect Aunt Bai to be here." Junior was rude. "My apologies," Long Chen said softly. Bai Yuyun leisurely walked over. She had heard too many legends about Long Chen, including how he had defeated Wang Chen in the 9-star Chaos City, and how he had even become the sacred martial emperor. She had also heard from Lingxi what they had encountered in the past, and she knew that this youth was a rare peerless genius in history. If not for the incident with the Sword Soul Great Emperor, to be honest, even the 4 great sword masters of the Sword Soul Emperor Palace would not be able to wait to curry favor with him. However, compared to the Sword Soul Emperor's awakening of the pure goddess blood, his importance was much lower. Such a legendary youth filled Bai Yuyun's heart with boundless curiosity. In reality, Long Chen was her only hope. She had tacitly allowed Lingxi to call Long Chen in. Naturally, she was on Lingxi's side. Seeing this youth for the first time, she was also very curious. In reality, when Long Chen was quiet, he looked very obedient. Only in the depths of his eyes was there a trace of viciousness. Bai Yuyun saw this trace of viciousness. She more or less understood that the fact that this young man was able to reach his current status was, in fact, extremely terrifying. However, the only consolation was that his feelings for Lingxi could be said to be sincere and sincere. Otherwise, how could he have killed his way all the way here from the Myriad Kingdom's domain? Just this point alone was enough for Bai Yuyun to be at ease with Long Chen's feelings for Lingxi. Seeing you today is a very rare opportunity. There are many things that we must talk about. Bai Yuyun did not get too close to Long Chen. Instead, she put on a look as if she wanted to negotiate. Lingxi stood by the side and snuggled up to Long Chen. Letting Long Chen come today was in fact with Bai Yuyun's approval. Lingxi knew that the time for her to be intimate with Long Chen had come. Next, it was time for her mother to discuss the matters of the August 15th. First, let me ask you something. What do you intend to do on the August 15th? What do you want to change? Bai Yuyun asked very straightforwardly. She did not move at all as she looked at Long Chen. As a parent, it was only right for her to worry for Lingxi. Long Chen said honestly, kill Wang Chen so that they won't have any more dragon martial artists to find. I'll replace Wang Chen. Also, I want Lingxi to become the Sword Soul Emperor. That old one should not appear again. Bai Yuyun was shocked at the sharpness that Long Chen had displayed at this moment. However, she said, you're dreaming too much. The Sword Soul Emperor has set up such a huge trap. Even if the 4 great sword masters fight with their lives on the line, they won't let you do these 2 things. You're just dreaming. In truth, she really did not believe that Long Chen could do it. It was not a problem of personal ability. It was because his opponent was the Sword Soul Emperor. Long Chen wasn't boasting. He shook his head helplessly and said, Aunt Bai, you might have misunderstood. I'm not guaranteeing that I'll definitely be able to do those 2 things. I'm just saying that I have no other choice. Firstly, I can't let anyone marry Lingxi. Secondly, I don't want anyone to replace her memories. I don't have the slightest path of retreat. I'm afraid that you've come to find me today because you love your daughter and don't want her to become someone else. I feel the same way. I have no other choice but to do everything I can to accomplish all of these things. He had already made his words very clear. Bai Yuyun fell silent. She looked at Lingxi, her eyes filled with heartache. Child, you are all people who have suffered a lot, especially little Xi. It is my fault that you were born into this world. However, Lingxi said, Mother, don't say that. Even if I'm not myself anymore, I don't regret coming to this world. No one's fate is fair. Besides, I'm already very content that you all love me dearly. Bai Yuyun helplessly sighed. She looked at Long Chen and said, You should understand that my only hope lies with you. But sometimes when I think about it, you are only a young man. The Sword Soul Emperor has set up such a trap, and the 4 great sword masters have never slacked off in the slightest. It's all for that day on the 15th of the 8th month. I just feel that we don't have the slightest hope. I pity my child. She's still so young, but she can't control her own life. Every time she looked at Lingxi, her eyes would always flash with tears. To be honest, Lingxi's mother was many times better than the Lingwu sword master. She was someone who truly cared about Lingxi, unlike the stubborn Lingwu sword master. Long Chen saw that she was disappointed, so he said, Aunt Bai, I don't think there's any need to be depressed. You know very well how much I love little Xi. I can't guarantee anything, but I swear that I'll definitely do my best. This isn't just for you, and it's not just for Lingxi. He pondered for a moment and said, When the time comes, the true Martial Emperor Palace will do their best to help me, and the true Martial Emperor will also be there to help me. However, I hope that Aunt Bai can help me keep this matter a secret. Perhaps the true Martial Emperor would give them a reassuring pill. Sure enough, after hearing this news, Bai Yuyun's eyes lit up again. The true Martial Emperor hasn't shown himself for tens of thousands of years. This time, he will really come, Bai Yuyun said in surprise. The Emperor has indeed promised me. However, there are still many troublesome matters involved. This matter involves the Sword Soul Emperor's previous plan. I think that even the Emperor can't do much about it unless he personally suppresses it. However, this is actually provoking a war between the 2 great imperial palaces. As the Emperor, he has to consider the overall situation, so most of the time I still have to rely on myself. Oh. Bai Yuyun thought about it and realized that Long Chen was right. In other words, no matter who it was, they still didn't have the slightest confidence in what would happen that day. This still made her very worried. Mother. Lingxi called out, waking Bai Yuyun up. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Ling Shi grabbed Long Chen's arm and said in a cheerful tone, "We've already promised to live and die together. If worse comes to worst, we'll elope and leave the 3 sovereign regions forever. You can rest assured." Oh. Bai Yoyun's eyes were still gloomy. Seeing that she was like this, Long Chen couldn't do anything about it. The pressure in his heart increased. He understood that he was not only doing this for the sake of Lingxi and the happiness of the two of them. At this moment, he was shouldering the burden of a mother's hopes for her daughter's happiness. The burden on his shoulders grew even heavier. The deep worry between Bai Yoyun's eyebrows could only be resolved when that day came to an end. This was Long Chen's responsibility. This time, he had come to the Sword God Palace and realized that he was under a lot of pressure. This was the greatest challenge he had ever faced and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. At this moment, Ling Xiao rushed in. His expression was extremely nervous as he said hurriedly, "The Lingwu Swordmaster is here." Long Chen was shocked. Without another word, he rushed into Ling Xiao's divine kingdom. Ling Xiao had been tasked with keeping watch, so it was still too early for him to discover Long Chen's presence. After Long Chen disappeared, the 3 of them hurriedly sorted out their emotions. Ling Shi also tidied up her messy clothes. Not long after, the Lingwu Swordmaster walked into the courtyard alone with his hands behind his back. At that moment, the 3 of them were already seated in the courtyard's pavilion. Ling Xiao was playing chess with Bai Yuyun while Ling Shi watched curiously from the side. Seeing the Lingwu Swordmaster, Ling Xiao was shocked and hurriedly bowed. In reality, he was so scared that he had lost the ability to think. The idea to play chess had been given to him by Long Chen. In reality, the Lingwu Swordmaster was busy with his own matters and didn't come often. Today, they were unlucky and happened to run into the Lingwu Swordmaster. Fortunately, they had discovered it in time. However, danger still existed, and it could be fatal at any time. Forget it. The Lingwu Swordmaster waved his hand and walked straight towards Bai Yuyun and Lingxi. Both of them were a little nervous. After walking forward, Lingwu glanced at the chessboard and frowned. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "You haven't even entered the Nirvana Tribulation realm, yet you have such leisure time." Ling Xiao knows his mistake. Ling Xiao hurriedly knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. Bai Yuyun said coldly, "I was the one who asked him to accompany little Shi. This has nothing to do with him. Ling Xiao, get up." Ling Xiao trembled, not knowing who to listen to. Chapter 1561. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Once they were exposed, it would be a huge problem, so the 3 of them were very careful. In front of the Lingwu Swordmaster, Lingxi and Ling Xiao didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only Bai Yoyun's mental fortitude was much better, and she even dared to oppose the martial spirit Swordmaster. The Lingwu Swordmaster's sharp eyes stared at Bai Yuyun for a while. Seeing her cold attitude, he said, "Yuyun, do you have something against me?" Bai Yuyun sneered. "You are one of the 4 great sword masters. How would I dare to have anything against you? Aren't you busy every day? Why are you paying attention to us orphans and widows today?" Lingxi quietly stood behind Bai Yuyun and looked at the Lingwu Swordmaster with reverence. At the same time, she was protecting her mother. Ling Xiao was still kneeling on the ground. He didn't dare to raise his head or breathe loudly. If Long Chen was exposed, the 3 of them would be fine for the time being, but he would definitely die. The Lingwu Swordmaster had sharp senses. If the other party didn't leave, Ling Xiao would be hovering in front of the gates of hell. Long Chen could feel it as well. Ling Xiao did not even dare to breathe too loudly. From this, it could be seen that the Lingwu Swordmaster, the youngest of the 4 great swordmasters, had a very high status in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. His authority was monstrous, just like Yi Futu of the true martial Emperor Palace. The Lingwu Swordmaster narrowed his eyes at Bai Yoyun's cold words. His body was filled with a cold sword intent. After a moment of silence, he said, "Yuyun, you are no longer a child. The Emperor Monarch's matter concerns the fate and development of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This matter will only benefit little Shi, but you can't even recognize this. It's truly unwise." These words infuriated Bai Yuyun. She stood up with a whoosh and shielded Ling Shi behind her. She said with an agitated expression, "Good, even her memories have disappeared. I don't believe that she will still be my daughter at that time." The Lingwu Swordmaster looked at her mockingly. How can the great sword spirit emperor be your daughter? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Hearing this, Bai Yuyun laughed instead of getting angry. She said, "It's not that I've been kicked in the head by a donkey. I just want to protect my daughter. The one who has truly gone mad is you. For the sake of your foolish loyalty and the greater picture you speak of, you're even willing to sacrifice your own daughter. With such a cold-blooded heart, what qualifications do you have to be little Xi's father?" The two quarreled fiercely. Long Chen coldly looked at all of this. The monarch and Lil Xi are the same person. It's just that Lil Xi doesn't have the monarch's memories right now. Once she recovers her memories, she will be the pillar of our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. During this period of time, in order to ensure the monarch's rebirth, I've disrespected the monarch a lot, but the monarch is very reasonable. When the time comes, she won't blame me. They are clearly the same person. It's our honor that the monarch can borrow the body of our fetus to be reborn. I'll pretend that I didn't hear your nonsense in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, but if you try to fan the flames outside, don't force me. The monarch snorted coldly, "Shut your mouth. Lingxi was born for the monarch's rebirth. She should thank the monarch for letting her experience so many years of life." Hearing this, Bai Yoyun's eyes were filled with anger. She said agitatedly, "Don't force you to do anything. Can you still kill me? If that's what you want, you better do it now. You're one of the 4 great sword sovereigns. Your strength is unparalleled. Killing me is as easy as flipping your palm. If that's what you want, why are you acting so hesitant?" The conflict was intense, but the one who was injured was only Lingxi. She bit her lips as she looked at all of this. Because Long Chen was present, she told herself that she couldn't shed tears, even though she was looking at a scene that made her heart ache. No child could ignore their parents' quarrels. After hearing Bai Yoyun's words, the Lingwu sword sovereign's gaze turned even colder. He didn't make a move. Instead, he coldly said, "From today onwards, don't leave the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. I initially thought that you could understand my meaning, but you're still so stubborn. The Emperor's rebirth is a huge matter for my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace since ancient times. If you have the intention to destroy it, then even if you're my wife, I'll still enforce the law impartially and sentence you to death." He was so ruthless as he finished his sentence righteously. Bai Yuyan didn't expect him to be so vile. She sat on the ground in a daze and shook her head. "Lingwu, I regret having this child with you," the Lingwu sword sovereign said. "When the Emperor is reborn and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace rules over the world, you won't regret it then." After speaking, he turned and left. Lingxi's eyes were filled with pain. Long Chen understood that at this moment, the mother-daughter pair were definitely the ones who were in the most pain and grief. They were the only pillar of support for the family, but he had placed all his attention on the Sword Spirit Emperor and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Clearly, the importance of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was very clear to him. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's request was the most important, and the mother-daughter pair's position in the Lingwu sword sovereign's heart was definitely much lower. Looking at their helpless and pitiful gazes, Long Chen secretly swore that on the 15th of August, he would definitely give Lingxi an explanation. No matter what, if the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the true Martial Emperor Palace really fell out, then he would pour all his energy into the battle against the tragic city lord. Hopefully, he would be able to salvage something. The person he couldn't let down the most was Lingxi, who had been abandoned by her father. The Lingwu sword sovereign walked away arrogantly, but he didn't even take half a step before he turned back and scolded Ling Xiao, "Come out with me." The 4 of them were shocked. Had the Lingwu sword sovereign discovered something? At that moment, Ling Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. "Yes, sword sovereign." Ling Xiao was trembling. He exchanged glances with Lingxi and then stood up. "From today onwards, no one is allowed to enter the Sky Spirit Pavilion, not even the 2 of them. Especially you, Ling Xiao. Hurry up and go into closed-door cultivation. If you can't reach the Nirvana realm in half a year, come and see me with your head." "Yes, sword sovereign." Fortunately, it wasn't Long Chen who had been discovered. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. However, the Lingwu sword sovereign had imprisoned the mother and daughter here, so he wouldn't be able to come back in the future. There was no other way. At the same time, Long Chen also understood that he wouldn't be able to see Lingxi before the 15th of August. This time, he wouldn't even have the chance to say goodbye. He could only watch as Lingxi supported her tearful mother, gritting her teeth as she stared in the direction Long Chen had left. The trust in Long Chen's eyes gave him boundless strength, causing every drop of blood in his body to boil. A crazy battle intent was burning in his body even after 2 months. At this time, the world masters from the major powers in the 3 regions and 9 realms had already started to make their way to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. All the higher-ups in the 3 regions and 9 realms had started to gather at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to participate in this unprecedented event. From today onwards, the entire Sword God Palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, preparing for the grand event. Not only did they have to prepare for Wang Chen and Lingxi's wedding, but they also had to prepare for the rebirth of the Sword Spirit Emperor. Most importantly, they had to prepare for the super experts from the major powers. That's right, the reason why they chose this day to get married was because after today, it would be the day the Sword Spirit Emperor would be reborn. From today onwards, the Sword Spirit Emperor would truly be reborn and the goddess Su's blood would be awakened. As for Lingxi, her memories would be lost forever. In her world, Long Chen would disappear forever. Memories were the foundation of everything. Ling Xiao was still in danger. He trembled as he followed the Lingwu Sword Sovereign out of the Sky Spirit Pavilion. When they left the pavilion, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign suddenly turned his head and stared at him in bewilderment. Ling Xiao, you seem to be especially afraid of me today. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he almost lost control of his emotions. At this moment, the lives of 2 people were at stake and he could not afford to be trifled with. Hence, he did not reply hastily and instead remained silent. At this moment, no matter what he said, he might expose himself. It was better to let the Lingwu Sword Sovereign guess for himself. Seeing that Ling Xiao was speechless, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign said, "You seem to have heard quite a few secrets today. You already know that Lingxi is the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor. As for the rest, it's just by Yoyun's groundless fears that she made up. Don't let me hear anything. If you spread what happened today, do you know what the consequences will be?" Ling Xiao hurriedly knelt down and said, "Sword Sovereign, I don't know anything. Moreover, the Sword Spirit Emperor's rebirth is the will of the heavens. It's an opportunity for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to regain its former glory. As a member of the Ling family, I should feel proud. I'm also proud of little Shi. That's more like it." The Lingwu Sword Sovereign smiled, which was rare for him. He raised his hand and said, "Get up. I've scared you today. Go back and cultivate in seclusion." Ling Xiao hurriedly agreed. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign then flew away on his sword. A peerless genius is about to appear in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He'll become an expert that has never appeared in the 3 regions and 9 realms. He might even become a god. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign's voice was filled with excitement. After he left, Ling Xiao's body went limp and he almost fell to the ground. Long Chen stood in the middle of Ling Xiao's divine kingdom as he watched the man leave quietly. Or rather, he was also a crazy person. He was loyal to the Sword Spirit Emperor and saw her as a god. As a result, he neglected other things. If he could never wake up, such a person wouldn't be fit to be Lingxi's father. Although Long Chen couldn't deal with him now, there would be a time. His cultivation speed was thousands of times faster than Lingwu. Long Chen only hoped that he could defeat him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Since little she trusts me so much, I can't let her down. The 2 of them discussed again. To avoid suspicion, Ling Xiao decided to leave the Sword God Palace with Long Chen 3 days later. Long Chen had already mastered the wordless art. Chapter 1562. Wilderness. In the desolate imperial region, the most commonplace was a vast expanse of wilderness. The entire Desolation Emperor domain was much larger than the true Martial Emperor domain and the Sword Spirit Emperor domain. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, the human tribe outnumbered the monster tribe. However, the monster tribe was more united than the human tribe. All of them gathered in the Desolation Emperor domain to form a cohesive force. However, even the interior of the Desolate Emperor's district wasn't completely peaceful. The structure of the Desolation Emperor domain was different from the other 2 human race Emperor domains. In the Desolation Emperor domain, different races formed tribes and gathered together. Different races occupied large areas of the Desolation Emperor domain. Only in the core area of the Desolation Emperor domain gathered geniuses from different races. For the millions of races in the Desolation Emperor domain, being able to enter the Desolation Emperor Palace was an incomparably great honor. It was the result of the ancestors' manifestation. Of course, among the demon clan, the ordinary clans were not strong. Sometimes, a small demon god equivalent to the god martial arts realm could become the supreme existence of the clan. But for a place of the highest level like the desolate imperial palace, if one was not at the demon god level, they were not even qualified to enter. The real essence of the race was actually gathered in the beast god palace. The top 3 divine palaces of the human race and monster tribe were actually the core of the 3 great emperor domains. Right now, Long Chen was already the core of the true martial emperor palace. He was the second strongest ruler. In fact, most of the Desolation Emperor domain was a barren land. The monster tribe relied on the powerful power contained in their bloodlines to grow. They didn't rely on the environment much. The monster tribe relied more on the strength of their bloodlines. If they had a strong bloodline, they could still destroy the world as long as they reached adulthood, even if they didn't cultivate. However, the competition between the monster tribe was even crueler. There were many monster tribe members, so it wasn't a problem to lose a few. Of course, the environment of the desolate imperial region was much worse than the 2 imperial regions of the human race. The entire desolate imperial region was situated at the northwest area of the 3 territories and 9 worlds, and all sorts of natural and man-made disasters frequently occurred there, causing the people to be unable to make a living. Sometimes, a battle between 2 extraordinary experts would shake the heavens and the earth, and it could even cause the death of 1 million commoners. Among the demon clan, there were more than 1 million races. There were thousands of werewolves, and 800 of them were powerful. Once they reached adulthood, they would all reach the demon god level or higher, and they were known as the 800 strongest werewolves. Billions of living beings lived in this barren and vast land. Terrifying natural disasters frequently occurred in the desolate imperial region that possessed an adverse environment, and it caused millions of members of the demon race to perish. On the other hand, there were many terrifying forbidden areas within the desolate imperial region, and one would basically die upon touching them. In the southernmost part of the desolate emperor region, there was a peninsula that pierced into the shattered star sea. It was called the Thunder Wasteland. The Thunder Wilderness was one of the most famous forbidden zones in the Death Forbidden Zones. Rumor had it that this place was frequently engulfed by the Thunder Divine Fire. There was a terrifyingly huge thunder beast that occupied this place and devoured all the living beings that entered the Thunder Wilderness. This huge thunder beast wasn't of the demon race, but a spirit that was born from the heaven and earth. It didn't have a physical body and was incomparably huge. Rumor had it that there were people from the demon race that had seen this huge thunder beast and left alive. These people claimed that the shape of this huge thunder beast was the divine dragon that ruled over the dragon sacrificial continent in ancient times. Because of this, countless adventurers rushed into the Thunder Wilderness one after the other, and eventually lost their lives. The Thunder Wilderness was enveloped in a huge net that was intertwined with lightning and flames. Purple flames burned fiercely within the net that was formed by the lightning. Under the influence of these flames, everything within a radius of 100,000 miles had dried up and turned into a barren land. The temperature here was even more frighteningly high. None of the demon race that dared to enter the Thunder Wilderness wasn't an extremely courageous person. Within the area covered by the incomparably huge net, the faint breathing of a huge beast could be heard. Although it was just breathing, the sound was as loud as the rumbling of thunder and lightning. There were countless bloody stories in the Thunder Wilderness. In recent years, under the orders of the Desolate Emperor, no one dared to come to the Thunder Wilderness to court death. However, on this day, a handsome, tall, and skinny young man appeared in the Thunder Wilderness. He looked extremely delicate, and even somewhat feminine. He wore a black robe and stood in front of the Thunder Wilderness with eyes that were filled with desire. It was as if there was a terrifying huge beast on his body. The black vortex fluctuated and slightly affected the huge beast in the Thunder Wilderness. From the moment the young man appeared, the Thunder Wilderness started to tremble horribly. Is this the smell of the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire, that the Emperor has prepared for me for a long time? As expected of the divine fire of heaven and earth. A divine fire that has been formed for more than 1 million years. If I can control the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire, it would basically be equivalent to having a Tao item with 7 Tao patterns. It's a pity that in this world, apart from me, no one can control such a rebellious divine item that was born from heaven and earth. The young man recalled the information about the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire that he had seen in the Thunder Wilderness. This was the divine dragon fire that had descended from the sky 1 million years ago. The moment it descended, it had basically destroyed millions of living beings in the Thunder Wilderness. It had even affected at least 10 regions that were the size of the Thunder Wilderness, turning everything into nothingness and plunging all living beings into misery and suffering. Fortunately, the Thunderfire Emperor's dragonfire had been entrenched in the Thunder Wilderness for the past 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, it would have definitely led to an even greater disaster. On this day, Mo Xiaolang had finally fulfilled the Desolation Emperor's request and arrived at the Thunderfire Emperor's dragonfire that had been prepared for him. Although it wasn't as good as the ancestral fire, the Thunderfire Emperor's dragonfire contained a massive amount of flame energy that was enough to allow the sun-devouring direwolf to undergo another metamorphosis. The 15th of August is just around the corner. I'm going to strive for one last metamorphosis. Thunderfire Emperor's Dragon Fire. Perhaps it had sensed Mo Xiaolang's arrival. The Thunderfire Emperor's dragonfire let out an explosive dragon roar. The entire Thunder Wilderness shook violently, as though it was going to collapse the world. The lightning net that surrounded the Thunder Wilderness was tumbling. Large amounts of purple flames soared into the sky, burning the entire peninsula. Mo Xiaolang rushed into the Thunder Wilderness with a blazing gaze. When he entered the lightning net, he discovered that the entire wilderness was filled with lightning balls that were about 1 meter in diameter. These lightning balls whistled and revolved around the entire space, emitting loud crackling sounds. Flames soared into the sky. The temperature of the entire Thunder Wilderness had already reached an unbearable level for ordinary humans. The entire Thunder Wilderness was black. If a martialist that hadn't reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm came to this place, he would most likely melt. However, this was simply heaven for Mo Xiaolang. The sun-devouring direwolf was rumored to be able to swallow the sun, let alone these flames. The hotter the place, the more suitable it was for it. After arriving at the Thunder Wilderness, perhaps it had sensed Mo Xiaolang's presence, as the ground started to crack and the mountains shook. The lightning balls in the sky danced chaotically and swarmed towards Mo Xiaolang. Don't hide. I know you're here. Mo Xiaolang laughed softly. His figure flashed, turning into a black phantom as he rushed towards the depths of the Thunder Wilderness. As he advanced, those flaming lightning balls retreated one after another, whistling as though Mo Xiaolang was their natural enemy. With Mo Xiaolang's current speed, he traversed through half of the Thunder Wilderness very quickly. At this moment, he arrived in front of a huge abyss. Lowering his head, he saw a huge amount of purple flames burning in the seemingly bottomless abyss. These purple flames were like a river. The source couldn't be seen, and no one knew where it flowed to. The flames were ferocious and overwhelming. To ordinary people, it would be a fatal crisis. But to Mo Xiaolang, it was the taste of food. Come out! Mo Xiaolang let out a soft shout. After this shout, all of a sudden, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. Countless pieces of land began to shatter. Loud rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, as though the entire world was being destroyed. Within the ground, purple flaming magma spewed out, rushing up to the sky, dyeing the entire sky purple. Following that, the flaming river in the abyss seemed to have awakened. That incomparably long river actually came to life, letting out terrifying ancient roars. A large number of lightning balls converged on its body. With a loud explosion, the entire field of vision was drowned by the purple flames. When the shaking of the ground returned to normal, Mo Xiaolang raised his head. Above his head, a thunder divine dragon that was at least 10,000 meters long was hovering in the midst of countless lightning and flames. The flames were incomparably ferocious, enveloping the entire thunder divine dragon. Its long dragon whiskers were like a waterfall, shaking down. Each whisker was the most ferocious lightning, giving off loud crackling sounds. The two blazing fireballs were the eyes of this thunder divine dragon. This was the divine fire that had descended from the ancient age, the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire. From 1,000,000 years ago until now, it was considered the Middle Age. The Dao weapons forged during this period were basically Middle-Age Dao weapons. 10 million to 1,000,000 years ago, it was considered the Ancient Age. At that time, the Dao weapons that could be preserved to this day were basically Ancient Age Dao weapons with more than 10 Dao patterns. Such Dao weapons did not exist in the 3 regions and 9 realms. 10 million years ago, it was the Immemorial Age. At that time, the Dao weapons that could be preserved to this day were Immemorial Age Dao weapons. Immemorial Age Dao weapons were unique. Even if they existed, they would require more than 100 Dao patterns. The Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire was a great fire that had descended 1,000,000 years ago. After 1,000,000 years of accumulation, it had already reached the point of perfection. At this moment, the Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire was looking at Mo Xiaolang with disdain. Chapter 1563. The divine flames of the ancient era were naturally extremely powerful. The Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire had occupied the Thunder Wilderness for millions of years. Hundreds of desolate heavenly emperors had passed through, but no one had been able to subdue the Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire. But today, a tiny demon wolf had actually rushed over to provoke it. However, when Mo Xiaolang revealed his true form, the Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire felt a fatal fear. Below it, there was a black fog that made it fearful. The black fog was pervasive, and it was basically impossible to see what was inside. It was like a sucking vortex that could swallow one's soul with just a glance. Only 2 dark flames were burning quietly and mysteriously. These were the 9 nether demonic ancestral flames. The range of the black fog gradually expanded, and so did the 2 nether demonic ancestral flames. Behind these flames, the Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire saw Mo Xiaolang's eyes, the eyes of a black demon wolf. This sun-devouring demon wolf was a loophole in the rules, a loophole in the growth system of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. It had unlimited possibilities to level up, and its devouring ability was limitless. As long as it grew, its devouring ability would also increase. The Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire was enraged due to fear. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and the earth within 1,000 miles collapsed. Countless purple flames enveloped the entire world. The Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing towards Mo Xiaolang in a destructive manner. Come! That pitch-black demon wolf was still hidden in the darkness. Boom! The ground beneath the demon wolf was turned into powder by the lightning flames. Just as the Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire approached, a palm-sized black flame floated out from Mo Xiaolang's black welcome. As soon as the black flames appeared, the surrounding temperature instantly froze. Under the 2 extremes of temperature, everything was destroyed, and the entire world seemed to be in a state of chaos. That flame happened to pounce on the Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire. At that moment, the eyes of the Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire flickered with infinite shock. At this juncture, the originally thin black flame began to spread from the dragon's head at an extremely fast speed. In that short instant, the mighty Thunder Flame Emperor's Dragonfire was completely dyed black by Mo Xiaolang's 9th Hell Demon Ancestral Flame. The Thunderblaze Emperor Dragonfire, which possessed an insane amount of heat, was frozen in midair by the Netherworld Demonic Ancestral Flame. It struggled with all its might, but it was useless. Just then, the sun-devouring direwolf let out an excited roar and soared into the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the huge Thunderblaze Emperor Dragonfire into its stomach. The huge Thunder God Dragon's head was immediately bitten off by the sun-devouring demon wolf. Then, the dragon's body, dragon's claws, and finally, even the tail was swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. When the Thunderblaze Emperor's Dragonfire completely disappeared, not a single trace of fire or lightning could be found in the entire Thunder Wasteland. Everything was disintegrating. The current sun-devouring direwolf's body was incomparably huge. Its body was more than 1,000 meters long. It stood on the Thunder Wasteland like an indomitable pillar. Black flames emitted from its body and enveloped it completely. It was like a black sun had risen in the Thunder Wasteland. Success! After swallowing the Thunderblaze Emperor's Dragonfire that had existed for millions of years, Mo Xiaolang had only digested the power of the flames within. He had relied on swallowing the flames to improve. As long as I can digest the energy of the Thunderblaze Emperor's Dragonfire and convert it into Nirvana energy in my body, I should be able to undergo the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation soon. I hope that the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation won't be as terrifying as the previous 2. The previous 2 Nirvana Tribulations had frightened Mo Xiaolang. Although he had expected that his Nirvana Tribulation would be stronger than others, he hadn't expected it to be this strong. The Desolation Emperor had said that even the heavens were jealous of the sun-devouring direwolf's talent. If the Desolation Emperor hadn't made sufficient preparations, he might have already lost his life. The 3rd Nirvana Tribulation was also within the Desolation Emperor's calculations. He had been nurturing himself at all times, and Mo Xiaolang was very happy to do so. According to the Desolation Emperor's plan, he would first advance to the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation realm. Once he reached the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation realm, he would need to slow down and properly comprehend the Heavenly Tao and the Tao of Fire. Mo Xiaolang had already condensed 2 Tao artifacts. The first was undoubtedly the Tao of Fire. The second was the Tao of Devouring. The Tao of Devouring and the Tao of Fire were both related to the sun-devouring direwolf's talent. Generally speaking, the demon race possessed a physique that far surpassed the human race. In terms of nirvana energy, they wouldn't have an advantage over the human race. In terms of heavenly Tao comprehension, they were inferior to the human race. However, Mo Xiaolang was also a freak. Although he didn't focus on the heavenly Tao, his comprehension in this aspect wasn't weak. He was on par with other second Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. When he reached the third Nirvana Tribulation Realm, he wouldn't be able to casually absorb flames to increase his strength. The reason why he was so anxious to increase his strength was all for Long Chen. Especially when he received the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's invitation, Mo Xiaolang swore that he would definitely pass the third Nirvana Tribulation and obtain the most terrifying strength to be able to help Long Chen. Only then would he go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to help Long Chen. This was Mo Xiaolang's final preparation before he set off. In order to increase his strength, he personally begged the Desolation Emperor and obtained the opportunity to devour the Thunderblaze Emperor's dragon fire. He didn't disappoint himself and succeeded easily. Standing on this barren land, Mo Xiaolang silently refined the energy of the Thunderblaze Emperor's dragon fire in his body. The vast flame energy gathered into a ball and was swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, it was being consumed by the sun-devouring demon wolf's shocking talent, transforming into Mo Xiaolang's nirvana power. Mo Xiaolang's nirvana power had two attributes, flame and devour. Flame was a relatively ordinary attribute, but Mo Xiaolang's flame was the nine-nether demonic ancestral flame. Even his nirvana power had the nine-nether demonic ancestral flame's attack power. The devour attribute was similar to the time Tao. It was a relatively rare attribute, and the power it brought wasn't small. In fact, before coming to the Thunder Wasteland, Mo Xiaolang had already defeated a late-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert from the demon race. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, there was no doubt that Mo Xiaolang's cultivation speed could catch up with Long Chen. It was precisely because of Mo Xiaolang's terrifying talent that the Desolation Emperor allowed him to become the Emperor's son. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already become the strongest genius of the Desolation Emperor domain's younger generation. He was sought after by hundreds of millions of people and became the dream lover of millions of girls. In terms of status, it was similar to Long Chen's status in the true martial Emperor Palace. The two brothers had obtained 2 of the top positions in the 3 great Emperor domains. The next moment, it was time for them to attack the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and fulfill their promise. Mo Xiaolang was also very anxious about this matter because this was also his mission. He had promised Long Chen several times that no matter what happened, Mo Xiaolang would definitely help him when he attacked the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was also their long-cherished wish when they came to the 3 great Emperor domains. Roar! As the sun-devouring direwolf digested the fireball, it gradually shrunk and turned into the extremely vast nirvana energy within the sun-devouring direwolf's body. With his current physical body, he couldn't bear such a huge amount of energy. How could an ancient divine flame that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for millions of years be simple? Purple lightning and flames raged in the sun-devouring direwolf's fur, emitting violent whistling sounds until the purple was completely swallowed by the black. Mo Xiaolang finally digested all the energy of the Thunderblaze Emperor Dragon Fire. At that moment, a power that could destroy heaven and earth gathered on his body. The sun-devouring direwolf's body also appeared in the black mist and flames. It was a majestic dark demonic wolf that was filled with awe and reverence. The black flames in its eyes burned fiercely like a nightmare. I finally succeeded. I can't control such surging energy. Will it trigger the third Nirvana Tribulation? Just as this thought appeared in Mo Xiaolang's mind, the world suddenly stopped. Mo Xiaolang suddenly heard the sound of his own breathing. This sound made him suffocate immediately. Above his head, there seemed to be a force of billions of catties suddenly pressing down on his head, forcing him to kneel. But to Mo Xiaolang's pride, this was absolutely not allowed. Such a scene made Mo Xiaolang understand that the expected third Nirvana Tribulation had appeared. He was incomparably excited, but also a trace of fear. He was excited because he finally had the chance to attempt the third Nirvana Tribulation. Completing all 3 Nirvana Tribulations within a year was unprecedented in the entire 3 great Emperor domains. On the other hand, he was terrified because the Nirvana Tribulation was too terrifying. The third Nirvana Tribulation would definitely be the most difficult one he had ever faced. Even Mo Xiaolang himself wasn't confident that he could survive it. The first time was with the Emperor's spiritual Qi tide, but he encountered a rare nirvana tribulation. The second nirvana tribulation was even stronger and almost killed Mo Xiaolang. And the third nirvana tribulation, Mo Xiaolang was fully prepared and raised his head. Unknowingly, a blood-yellow vortex had appeared in the gloomy sky. As the vortex condensed, a large number of clouds began to gather. At the beginning, the clouds were only 100 meters in diameter, but in the next instant, they rose to 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In the end, Mo Xiaolang raised his head and saw thick tribulation clouds everywhere he looked. He felt that he had been completely submerged by the tribulation clouds. The huge tribulation clouds were 3 times bigger than what Mo Xiaolang had imagined. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't reach such a level even if they were to undergo the fourth nirvana tribulation. Mo Xiaolang's heart turned cold. As time passed, the atmosphere became tense and the pressure on his head increased. The entire thunder and lightning wilderness was in a state of unrest. Almost half of the people in the desolate imperial domain were shocked by the scale of the nirvana tribulation. At this time, thunderbolts, flames, gales and cold air. Chapter 1564. The complexity and incomprehensibility of the extreme universe finger had always been something that Long Chen struggled with. From the first level of the extreme universe finger until now, he had only broken through 2 levels because of great opportunities. The difficulty of time reversal and the wordless art were not on the same level. The wordless art was only the entry level of the god-slaying art, while the extreme universe finger was the entry level of the time Dao. The god-slaying art was a killing sword art, and the time Dao was rare in the mortal world. Killing was easy, but catching the tail of time was much more difficult. Ever since he started cultivating the extreme universe finger, Long Chen had been pondering about this invisible and intangible thing called time. It was something that flowed through the entire world, but no one could catch it. Long Chen could only sense the existence of time through the claw left behind by the Void Universe Dragon in his hand. From there, he could disturb time and form time disorder. He could even catch the flow of time and stop time. The most profound thing about the Extreme Universe Finger was to reverse time and form time reversal. The Void Dragon Talisman had this ability, but it was not complete. The Time Dao was broad and profound. Disorder, stillness, and time reversal all had infinite possibilities. When the attribute of time disorder was gradually cultivated to the highest level, it was even possible to cause time disorder in the entire world. As for time stop, it was rumored that it could cause the entire world to become eternal for a moment and stop the entire world. When time reversal was cultivated to the highest level, it was not impossible to reverse time and travel through history. Of course, these were all legends. What Long Chen wanted to do now was to use the Extreme Universe Finger to explore the entry level of time reversal. Relatively speaking, to achieve time reversal was much more difficult than time stillness and time disorder. After returning to the Shattered Star River, Long Chen temporarily stored everything that had happened in the Sword God Palace in the depths of his heart, turning it into his fuel and motivation. He put all his attention on hard work, hoping that he could achieve time reversal and martial path Great Circle in the next 2 months. In fact, both of them lacked the final step. He had succeeded in the wordless formula. If he succeeded in both, he would definitely make great progress. On the 15th of August, he had to be more confident to win his own dignity and victory. Ling Xiao's fear, by Yo Yun's heartache, and Ling Xi's pain and entanglement made it impossible for Long Chen to relax and give up for even a moment. As he stood in front of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Long Chen finally knew how much pressure he was under. After returning to the Shattered Star River, he focused all his attention on cultivation. The scripture of time reversal clearly appeared in his mind. As he pondered, he used the fingers of his left hand, which were the claws of the Void Infinity Dragon. Long Chen felt the trajectory of time. He could already stop time. To reverse the flow, he only needed one step. However, this step had become an insurmountable chasm for Long Chen. As he drifted in the Shattered Star River, he was constantly immersed in the scripture and feeling the trajectory of time. After about a day, Long Chen realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make any progress with his current talent. This made him a little anxious. In the face of danger, he also began to doubt his own ability. If I can't complete it on the 15th of August, there was no doubt that this would become his lifelong regret. In fact, he had allowed himself to fail in every battle, but he definitely couldn't allow it this time. If he failed, it would mean that he had lost the most important part of his life. This failure would cause his life to lose all color. Hence, he placed great importance on this. It was this importance that caused him to feel anxious and other negative emotions. This would have been impossible for him in the past. If there was really no other way, Long Chen could only look for inspiration from the things around him. As he wandered in the Shattered Star River, there would be shattered stars whizzing past him from time to time. The shattered stars disappeared into the distance with the whistling sound of the wind. Another gigantic fragmentary star with a diameter of nearly 100 meters flew over. This kind of fragmentary star was extremely hard and extremely terrifying. If others encountered it, they would naturally have to run away immediately. However, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. He flipped onto the fragmentary star and followed the gigantic fragmentary star on its endless journey. He sat cross-legged on the fragmentary star and watched the other fragmentary stars fly by on both sides. These fragmentary stars were like time itself, rushing forward without any hesitation. Not to mention making them stop. Even making them slightly deviate from their trajectory was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult to make them go back. Long Chen realized that the journey of the shattered stars was almost like the passage of time. He traveled in the boundless sea of stars, silently searching for the true meaning of time. At the same time, in the Beast God Palace of the Desolate Imperial Palace, a grand banquet was being held. The true higher-ups of the Desolate Imperial Palace, the 6 extremely powerful demon emperors, and the chiefs of the top 100 clans of the demon clan had all come to this grand banquet. The main character of this banquet was none other than the Thearchus son who had just returned from the Thunder Wasteland. Everyone was silently welcoming the Thearchus son into the hall. The 6 demon emperors and the chiefs of the 100 clans sat on the left and right sides of the Beast God Hall. In the most luxurious seat of the Beast God Hall, there was a bronze mirror. The reflection of the mirror was chaotic, but everyone looked at the bronze mirror in awe. Under the bronze mirror, there was a small seat, but it was the seat closest to the highest point. This was the seat of the Thearchus son. There was only one Thearchus son in the Desolate Imperial Realm, and that was Mo Xiaolang. In the Desolate Imperial Realm, Mo Xiaolang was still a mythical figure. The position of the 6 monster emperors was even lower than Mo Xiaolang. The 4 sword masters of the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace, the 3 martial honorables of the True Martial Imperial Palace, and the 6 demon emperors of the Desolate Imperial Palace were all at the same level. The 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. A few days ago, there was news that the Thearchus sun had swallowed the Thunderfire Emperor's dragonfire that had ravaged the Thunder Wasteland for millions of years and successfully passed the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. Within a year, he had consecutively passed the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. The most terrifying genius in the history of the Desolate Imperial Realm was born. Basically, most people would forcefully welcome the Nirvana Tribulation when the time limit of 1,000 years was up. However, Mo Xiaolang had consecutively made breakthroughs within a year and successfully passed the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. This was a young junior that caused the entire Desolate Imperial Realm to be in an uproar. The enthusiasm that all the young disciples had for Mo Xiaolang surpassed the enthusiasm that the youths of the true martial Imperial Realm had for Long Chen. There was no one in the younger generation who could compete with Mo Xiaolang for the position of the Desolate Imperial Emperor in the future. Only Mo Xiaolang himself knew how dangerous it was to pass the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. When the 1st stage of the Nirvana True Lightning descended, it only destroyed 1/3 of Mo Xiaolang's body. He had exhausted all the strength in his body, but he still couldn't block the Nirvana True Lightning. The 2nd stage of the Nirvana True Lightning was a type of extreme EN and cold gas. It should be the 3 EN cold current that would only appear at the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. Mo Xiaolang had only faced the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation, but the 3 EN cold current had already appeared. The 3 EN cold current had entangled Mo Xiaolang to the brink of death. This was only the 2nd attack of the Nirvana Tribulation. In that instant, Mo Xiaolang had already lost all hope. However, his luck was too good. There were still 2 attacks left. One was a flame, and the other was a gale. The flame was the heart-eroding demon fire. This was also a terrifying flame that specialized in corroding the physical body. If an ordinary person faced this kind of Nirvana Tribulation, their physical body would be completely corroded. However, Mo Xiaolang had swallowed the heart-eroding demon fire. The injuries he had suffered in the first 2 stages of the Nirvana Tribulation were completely healed by the heart-eroding demon fire. Then, he safely passed the 4th stage of the Annihilation Black Wind. If the annihilation black wind was before the heart-eroding demon fire, Mo Xiaolang knew that he would definitely die. The third stage of the Nirvana tribulation had actually surpassed the power of the fourth stage of the Nirvana tribulation. Other people's third stage of the Nirvana tribulation would only have 3 types of attacks, but Mo Xiaolang had 4. This was the heavens being jealous of him. The heavens were trying to kill him. The moment Mo Xiaolang escaped death, he deeply understood this. He was lucky to survive, and his strength had greatly increased. When the Desolation Imperial Palace received the news, they arranged the highest-level banquet. All the upper echelons attended to welcome Mo Xiaolang's return. After a few days of recuperation, Mo Xiaolang had fully recovered. When he arrived at the Beast God main hall with a majestic aura, everyone was shouting his name. Even the 6 demonic beast emperors were satisfied with Mo Xiaolang's performance. Mo Xiaolang was impeccable. The wolf race's supreme expert, Moon Devourer, was also one of the 6 demonic emperors. Under the admiring eyes of the crowd, Mo Xiaolang sat below the Desolation Imperial Emperor, closest to the Desolation Imperial Emperor. Normally, the Desolation Imperial Emperor wouldn't easily show his face. When Mo Xiaolang arrived, everyone started to ask him about the situation. Everyone was talking at once, and Mo Xiaolang could only give a simple explanation. Hearing the power of the Nirvana tribulation, even the 6 demonic emperors were moved. Imperial Prince, to be able to pass such a Nirvana tribulation is truly admirable. In just a year, Imperial Prince's fighting strength is comparable to us 6 demonic emperors. One of the demonic emperors laughed, his voice like a bell. Mo Xiaolang wasn't used to such a lively scene. He shook his head. Xiaolang naturally can't compare to the 6 demonic emperors. I still have much to learn. Haha, Imperial Prince is too humble. The crowd roared with laughter. At this moment, the bronze mirror at the top of the hall started to change. The Emperor is here. Everyone quickly left their seats and knelt on the ground. In the bronze mirror, a blurry black figure appeared. Mo Xiaolang followed suit and knelt down. He had returned to find the Desolation Imperial Emperor, who had coincidentally appeared. This time, I will ask the Emperor for permission to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. P.S. My friend ran into some trouble today, causing some problems with the update. My apologies to everyone. It's a Thanksgiving day, and I'm grateful to my brothers for their support. Also, a solemn reminder. December's book with 5 million words will be free. Everyone, please don't look at the pirated version. The original version is already free, so don't look at the pirated version. Just take it as a form of support. It doesn't matter to you, but to me, I know you've been here. The climax is about to begin. I hope everyone can fight with me to the end. Chapter 1565. The 6 demonic emperors had already received the invitations from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the invitations, the 4 sword masters had jointly invited the 6 demonic emperors to participate in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's first grand event in tens of thousands of years. Not only the strongest dragon warrior, Wang Chen, but also the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor, Lingxi, were all top-notch figures in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Only their wedding had the weight to invite the 6 demonic emperors to attend. The 6 demonic emperors had sought the Desolation Emperor's approval, and had already expressed to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's envoy that they would attend together. Mo Xiaolang had been standing beside them at that time, watching the 6 demonic emperors accept the invitations. He had not said anything at that time, because the Desolation Emperor did not like him leaving the Desolation Emperor Palace. The last time Mo Xiaolang had left, the Desolation Emperor had sent Swallow Moon to bring him back, and there had been no room for negotiation. The Desolation Emperor had given Mo Xiaolang the task of reaching the 3rd tier of the Nirvana tribulation within a year, with a large amount of resources provided by the Desolation Emperor. Only then could he do other things. Because of this, Mo Xiaolang had worked exceptionally hard, taking the risk to devour the Thunderfire Emperor's Dragonfire before the 15th of the 8th month, and narrowly passing the 3rd tier of the Nirvana tribulation. At this moment, he could finally voice his thoughts and requests to the Desolation Emperor. The Desolation Emperor had descended, and everyone knelt in awe. He was the most mysterious person in the 3 regions and 9 realms. He was even more mysterious than the Sword Soul Emperor and the Zhenwu Great Emperor. Even the demon clan didn't know what the Desolation Emperor's true form was. No one had even seen his true appearance. They could only sense his existence in the mirror. A frightening existence. The previous Desolation Emperor had not been like this. Moreover, after becoming an Emperor Lord, after passing through multiple Nirvana tribulations, there would be a time limit of 1,000 years, and they would die. Their total term would not exceed 10,000 years. Moreover, their true forms were not a secret. But the current Desolation Emperor had been in power for tens of thousands of years, and had always been so mysterious. He must have an even more miraculous method to delay the Nirvana tribulation. Otherwise, with such a long period of time, with a Nirvana tribulation descending every 1,000 years, he would have become a god by now. It was because of this long lifespan that all the demon race worshipped the Desolation Emperor as a god. As long as the Barren Emperor was around, no one dared to invade the Barren Imperial District. The Desolation Emperor domain was the undisputed #1 force in the 3 regions and 9 realms. Only the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace could compete with the Desolation Emperor Palace. The 4 great sword masters and the 3 martial honorables added up to a total of 7 people. Only one more than the 6 great demonic emperors. Everyone please rise. The Desolation Emperor's voice sounded very young, almost the same age as Mo Xiaolang. He did not exude any awe-inspiring might, and his voice sounded especially easygoing. However, when everyone recalled the deeds of the Desolation Great Emperor, even if he was very easygoing, their hearts were filled with deep reverence. Everyone stood up. Emperor, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's invitation is on the 15th of August. It seems that there is only a little more than a month left. We will set off for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a few days. Is that okay? Among the 6 great demonic emperors, one wore a long golden robe, had a head of pitch-black hair, and was handsome. What left the deepest impression were his golden eyes and his tall, sharp nose. This person was the Kuanping demonic emperor. Sure, the man in the bronze mirror replied casually. After a while he added, we should stay out of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's business. It seems like the True Martial Emperor Palace has some conflicts with them. It's been a long time since I last saw the internal conflicts of the human race. Let's just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Fight. The 6 great demonic emperors thought that it might be because of the True Martial Emperor Palace's Saint Martial Emperor. They subconsciously looked at Mo Xiaolang. In the Desolate Emperor Palace, Missouri Xiaolong's status was similar to that of the 6 great demonic emperors. He was the most prominent figure of the Desolate Emperor Palace's younger generation, and was deeply favored by the emperor. However, there was one thing that the demonic race didn't like. Mo Xiaolang attached too much importance to his relationship with Long Chen. He treated Long Chen as his big brother, and his loyalty to Long Chen was almost the same as his loyalty to the Desolate Emperor Palace. On the other hand, Long Chen was from the True Martial Emperor Palace and held a high position. Didn't this mean that the Desolate Emperor Palace was inferior to the True Martial Emperor Palace? If in the distant future, Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen both became emperors, and Mo Xiaolang treated Long Chen as his big brother, wouldn't that be even worse? One had to know that the Desolate Emperor Palace was the #1 power. The demonic race was arrogant and unruly. They couldn't possibly submit to a human. This was not only what the 6 great demonic emperors were conflicted about, but also what all the higher-ups of the demonic race were conflicted about. Mo Xiaolang had a bad premonition. The Desolate Emperor clearly didn't want him to help Long Chen. At this time, the Desolate Emperor's attention was on Mo Xiaolang. He revealed a look of approval and said, to be honest, I didn't expect you to succeed this time. You took 6 months less than I planned. Mo Xiaolang was actually very grateful to the Desolate Emperor. He was an imperial prince, and an imperial prince was different from the Sacred Martial Emperor. The Sacred Martial Emperor was a position, while the imperial prince represented Mo Xiaolang, the Desolate Emperor's adopted son. Therefore, he had to address the Desolate Emperor as father. Without the Desolate Emperor, there wouldn't be the Mo Xiaolang of today. Mo Xiaolang addressed the Desolate Emperor as his adopted father sincerely. Since a long time ago, the Desolate Emperor had become the second most important person in his heart. Mo Xiaolang said sincerely, everything about Xiaolang was created by my adoptive father. I was able to pass through the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation Realm because of my adoptive father. He also guided me in the direction of the Thunderfire Emperor's Dragon Fire. My understanding of the heavenly Tao also came from my adoptive father's guidance. Hearing this, The desolate emperor chuckled. Although the desolate emperor was very amiable, no one was the least bit casual. The beast god hall was a solemn hall. Ever since his identity was discovered and he was sent to the desolate emperor, Mo Xiaolang began a life of forceful advancement under the desolate emperor's arrangements. The Desolation Grand Emperor had gathered all the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame for him, used hundreds of immortal essences, and the 9-colored lightning array to refine his body. He had also given him an endless supply of deviant flames to devour, the fiercest of which was the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire. Without the desolate emperor, no matter how talented Mo Xiaolang was, he wouldn't be where he was today without these resources. In theory, Long Chen made him strong in the first half, and the latter half was all because of the desolate emperor's love. Everyone knew that the desolate emperor truly treated Mo Xiaolang as a prince. It's all because of your own hard work. Next, you'll devour all the divine flames in the desolate emperor region. It just so happens that your heavenly Tao cultivation won't be able to keep up. From today onwards, carefully study the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is vast and boundless, and your Tao of flame and devouring aren't easy. Cultivating the heavenly Tao isn't like devouring divine flames. It requires a lot of time, so you have to be prepared to spend 100 or even 1,000 times more time cultivating. Remember, your talent has made your cultivation path too smooth. You need to calm down and properly digest what you've obtained. This was the first time the desolate emperor had said so much in front of everyone. Mo Xiaolang nodded. Xiaolang will listen to your teachings. I won't slack off. Hearing this, the desolate emperor laughed with satisfaction. His laughter was like a clear spring. He had finished speaking. At that moment, the phantom on the bronze mirror gradually disappeared. Mo Xiaolang quickly said, Godfather, please wait. Xiaolang has something to ask of you. The fading black shadow gradually solidified. The desolate emperor's voice calmed down and asked, What is it? Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and said, Father, the 15th of the 8th month is an important day for my sworn brother, Long Chen. I once promised him that I would fight alongside him on this day. This has been our long-cherished wish for the past 10 years. Our brotherhood is greater than the heavens and earth. Xiaolang is a loyal and righteous person. Big Brother has shown me great kindness. Now that I have obtained this opportunity, the 6 demonic beast sovereigns will be heading towards the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace soon. Xiaolang, please allow Xiaolang to fulfill the vow that I have made previously. With that, he knelt on the ground. He was filled with gratitude towards the desolate emperor, but towards Long Chen, his brotherly bond was even deeper. The beast god Great Hall suddenly became silent after these words were spoken. The desolate emperor's silence seemed to be getting longer and longer. Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to raise his head, because he was afraid of seeing the desolate emperor's dissatisfied expression. But some things couldn't escape even if he didn't raise his head. After a while, the desolate emperor's slightly stern voice resounded throughout the beast god hall. This is a grudge between the true martial emperor palace and the sword spirit emperor palace. It is not convenient for the demonic beast race to participate in the battle between the humans. As the demonic beast race's prince, your identity is too important. You cannot go or even fight. Therefore, I cannot agree to this request. Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang felt as though he was struck by lightning. He suddenly became agitated and raised his head, shouting, Godfather, Xiaolang only has one brother in his life. We have fought side by side, through life and death, and never left each other. That day is the most important day for him, and I made a promise to fight alongside him. Does Godfather want Xiaolang to be a heartless, unjust, and untrustworthy person? Seeing that the two of them actually had a conflict, everyone kept quiet out of fear. The 6 demonic beast emperors looked on coldly. They roughly knew what the desolate emperor was thinking. Chapter 1566. This problem really put Mo Xiaolang in a difficult position. For a moment, his eyes were bloodshot with anxiety. On one hand, he couldn't give up on the promise in his heart. This was the most important thing in his life, and he couldn't take any steps back today. On the other hand, if he really went to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and joined forces with Long Chen, as the monarch's disciple of the beast race, his every action would be seen as the attitude of the beast race. This would be extremely disadvantageous to the beast race. The desolate Emperor Palace was already reaping the benefits from the conflict between the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the true Martial Emperor Palace. So why should he get involved? Mo Xiaolang had to admit that the desolate emperor and the rest of the demon race were right, but he couldn't give up on his own determination. People in the pugilistic world couldn't help themselves. But if he lost his determination, he wouldn't be himself anymore. If he was a coward, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Mo Xiaolang knelt on the ground, kowtowed and said, "Foster father, little Lang knows that my every move is related to millions of demon race. I also know that I must be cautious in everything I do. Little Lang is willing to work hard for the sake of all my fellow demon race compatriots, and repay foster father's kindness in nurturing me. However, I think that everyone has their own perseverance. I don't want to have lifelong regrets because of this compromise. So little Lang pleads foster father to let me be willful for once and work hard for my promise and dignity. If I don't have any regrets this time, I'm willing to use my life to repay foster father's kindness in nurturing me and dedicate my strength to the millions of demon race." His words were filled with emotion, and everyone couldn't help but be moved. He was the first person in history to defy the desolate emperor's will. Of course, he was also the most terrifying genius in the history of the desolate emperor domain. In order to get to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Missouri Xiaolang had thrown caution to the wind. Today he would succeed or die trying. He had no regrets. If he couldn't even do this, he thought, what right did he have to say the word brother? Such a sacred word needed to be defended with dignity and life. "Godfather, please fulfill my wish." He kowtowed again. Even the leaders of the 100 races could not bear to see a dignified imperial prince lower his status and beg for a favor. Wolf Clan's Tun Yu was the person who protected Mo Xiaolang the most. He added, "Emperor, if it's possible, I'm willing to watch over him and not let him make any mistakes." Tun Yu was one of the oldest Yao thearchs. He had an extremely high status in the desolate imperial region. He was a supreme expert of the hundreds of millions of wolves. His words carried some weight. Under the heavy impact, the barren great emperor finally loosened up. He solemnly said, "This can only be considered an exception. However, you must fulfill 3 conditions before you can go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If you can't fulfill any of them, it will be considered a failure. Everyone has to pay the price for their willfulness. Your price is these 3 conditions." "Godfather, please speak." Mo Xiaolang raised his head, a fierce look in his eyes. The barren great emperor calmly said, "First, when you reach the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, you'd better remember your identity at all times and listen to Tun Yu's teachings. Don't do anything out of line. Once you're done, return immediately." "Xiaolang can do it." Mo Xiaolang was filled with hope. The barren great emperor continued, "The second condition is that you must promise me that you will not take a step out of the desolate imperial region for the next 500 years after you return from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Mo Xiaolang's total age was less than 500 years. The barren great emperor's second condition was ruthless enough. Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang was truly stunned. 500 years. That was too heavy a concept for him. 500 years. I won't be able to leave the desolate imperial region, and I might not be able to follow Long Chen. At that time, I'll definitely have to carry heavy shackles on my back. Why did the barren great emperor want him to stay for 500 years? This condition seemed to be extraordinarily heavy. At this moment, the Desolation Emperor explained, "First, 500 years is enough time for you to cultivate the heavenly Tao, and I'll help you find an even more powerful primordial divine fire to help you grow. Second, as I said before, stubbornness comes with a price. This is the punishment I'm giving you. I hope that after 500 years, you'll understand who's the most important in your heart. Is it your so-called brotherly love, or the billions of us who have high hopes for you?" Mo Xiaolang almost suffocated. For the promise, for the persistence in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "I agree. I won't leave for 500 years." After saying this, his heart felt much emptier. "Godfather, please state the third condition." Everyone was curious. The second condition was already so harsh. What about the third condition? The barren great emperor suddenly smiled and said, "You are the emperor's son of the monster race, a legend of our race. After you leave, you naturally cannot bring shame to our race, so you must have the strength to match. You have just passed the third nirvana tribulation, so we don't know if your strength is enough. The third condition is that you fight with one of the 6 monster emperors. As long as you can win, you will be qualified to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. As soon as this was said, the crowd burst into an uproar. The Baron Great Emperor looked around and said, "Then, the Xueqi Demon Emperor." The crowd burst into an uproar. The Xueqi Demon Emperor was the sworn enemy of the Moon Swallower and also an experienced monster emperor. His strength surpassed even the 3 martial venerables. These 3 conditions were each harsher and more difficult than the one before it. The crowd was very curious. Would Mo Xiaolang dare to face him? The Xueqi Demon Emperor was the ancestor of the Xueqi race. The Xueqi race was originally an incomparably powerful race. Although they were few in number, they were basically all Nirvana Tribulation Realm demons. Mo Xiaolang had once fought with the Xueqi race's Zhong Yu. After a year, his opponent was actually the Xueqi Demon Emperor. The change was too big. In other words, the Baron Great Emperor did not allow Mo Xiaolang to go. That was why he had set these 3 conditions. Especially the last one, the 6 monster emperors. They were the most powerful figures among the billions of demon races. Although Mo Xiaolang had improved quickly, there was still a long way to go before he reached that level. When the Baron Great Emperor said the last condition, Mo Xiaolang was also stunned. "What? You don't have the guts?" The Baron Great Emperor asked. If he could fulfill his promise, it would all depend on his performance today. So what if the opponent was the Xueqi Demon Emperor? Mo Xiaolang, who had already reached the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation Realm, gritted his teeth and nodded. "No, Monarch, I will accept the challenge." Good. The crowd cheered when they heard this. Just this courage alone was enough to earn everyone's respect. A super high-level battle was about to take place. The leader of the 100 Races tribe was filled with hot blood. Everyone was excited for a moment. The Xueqi Demon Emperor revealed a playful smile and looked at Mo Xiaolang with the eyes of an elder. He said, "Monarch, you're quite brave. I hope your strength is as good as your courage." Under the Baron Great Emperor's command, Mo Xiaolang stood up and looked back at the Xueqi Demon Emperor. His battle intent was burning fiercely. "Junior, please forgive me if I have offended you." Surrounded by the crowd, a group of people walked towards the battlefield. In an instant, the news that the monarch was going to fight with the Xueqi Demon Emperor quickly spread to the people of the Baron Emperor Palace. The entire Baron Emperor Palace was boiling with excitement. Facing the rising sun, Mo Xiaolang walked forward proudly without any regrets. In the blink of an eye, half a month's time slipped away from his hands. The difficulty of reversing the flow of time was beyond Long Chen's imagination. He tried hard to immerse himself in that world, focusing all his energy on the finger that grasped time. He tried to make time stop, and at the same time, make it return according to the original trajectory. But in reality, the difficulty of this operation was very high. Time was like the passing stars, or even the meteors in the sky. Time disorder was to slightly affect the trajectory of the meteors, which was relatively simple. On the other hand, stopping time was much more difficult. It required a huge force to stop the meteors in mid-air while they were falling. As for reversing the flow of time, it was to make the meteors fly back according to the original trajectory. This was almost impossible, and the force needed was too great. This force was actually Long Chen's understanding of the Tao of time. Sitting on the gigantic fragmentary star, Long Chen circled around the heaven-piercing Sword Soul Mountain over and over again. The fragmentary star river was huge, but Long Chen circled it more than 10 times with the help of the fragmentary star. He didn't care about the broken star, who was sitting below him. His whole body was immersed in an illusory state, and his left hand was gesturing randomly. If outsiders saw him, they would think he was crazy. The broken star was very fast, and it broke through the space with Long Chen. The speed at which time passed made Long Chen nervous. What he lacked the most was time. The faster time passed, the more likely it was that he would lose. But this time, he couldn't afford to fail. For the rest of the time, he was racing against time. He was racing against time, trying to catch back the time that was slipping away. This feeling made him crave it so much that he almost went crazy. However, time was something hard to grasp. The more Long Chen wanted it, the further it ran away. As a result, Long Chen's cultivation was completely ineffective. What's going on? Did I go in the wrong direction? Long Chen thought hard about this problem. At this moment, Long Chen was startled awake by the great danger he felt. He raised his head and saw a broken star with a diameter of over 100 meters, with the momentum of collapsing mountains and rivers, heading towards the broken star Long Chen was sitting on. When Long Chen discovered it, he was only 10 meters away from Long Chen. He was so engrossed in it that he forgot everything else. Chapter 1567. The core material of the fragmentary stars in the fragmentary star river was the hard meteorite iron, which was extremely hard and heavy. Generally, when two giant fragmentary stars collided, it was bound to cause a huge explosion. After all, the speed of the fragmentary stars was also very fast. At this moment, the two giant fragmentary stars, in the time that Long Chen reacted, were unable to resist and crashed into each other. Destructive sound waves exploded out, sending countless rocks flying in all directions. The area within a 5-kilometer radius was instantly filled with the power of the explosion. The entire area was thrown into chaos, and the two fragmentary stars instantly shattered into pieces when they collided. Countless small fragmentary stars were produced in such a collision. Fierce sparks burned among the fragmentary stars. In this sudden collision, Long Chen dodged with great difficulty. In the end, he managed to escape from the epicenter of the collision. Although he wasn't seriously injured, a large number of wounds had appeared on his body. Even with his current physical body, he was still injured. From this, it could be seen how powerful the collision was. At this moment, Long Chen was still in a state of confusion. The loud sound caused by the collision of the fragmentary stars here could even affect the sky-reaching Sword Soul Mountain, so Long Chen hurried to leave. As he left, he continued to ponder about the time reversal. Suddenly, Long Chen focused his attention on the wounds he had just suffered. At that time, the time reversal was basically used by Long Chen to recover from his injuries. Looking at the large and small wounds, Long Chen had a kind of epiphany that made him jump with joy. By the way, it seems that I really went in the wrong direction. The time reversal performed by the Void Dragon Talisman must be the most basic. This month, I have been trying to seize the time outside and reverse the flow of time outside. This is extremely difficult. Even the first step of the Void Dragon Talisman can only seize my own time. Time reversal was a way to defy the natural order. If he wanted to use this ability on others and in the world, he had to first familiarize himself with and change himself. Only when he could reverse the flow of time on himself could he slowly control the world. Even if he practiced this to a profound level, he might be able to restore the whole poplar town to its original state like Kitten. If he wanted to reverse the flow of time, perhaps he should first change his own time. He focused his attention on his wounds. Back then, he had used time reversal to revive the dead. At this moment, he finally felt like he had found his direction. His restless heart finally calmed down. I seem to have been too anxious recently, causing me to waste a lot of time. Calm down. Maybe I can do better. After finding the direction, the next thing to do was to work hard in this direction. Although his heart was still very restless, Long Chen had a way to calm him down. Being agitated wouldn't solve anything. If he continued like this, he would disappoint those who needed him. Xiao Lang once said that he would help me when the time comes. Given his personality, he will definitely come to me by any means necessary. I just don't know what level he is at now. I can't lose to him. He steeled his heart and moved on. These days, Long Chen had also come into contact with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's disciples. Of course, he had made up an identity, and those people had imagined it, so they didn't suspect Long Chen at all. Tens of millions of disciples were cultivating in the fragmented star river. However, Long Chen had been sitting on a giant fragmented star, and everyone had avoided the giant fragmented star, so they hadn't seen Long Chen. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, two disciples with long swords on their backs walked past him in a hurry. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks and excitedly said to Long Chen, "Junior brother, why are you still standing here? Hurry up and come with us." Long Chen was startled and asked, "Senior brothers, where are you going?" One of the disciples said excitedly, "You don't even know this? Today is the day that the Sword God Palace's #1 disciple, Senior Brother Wang Chen, will explain the martial Dao to us. It's about to start, and all the disciples in the fragmented star domain are rushing there now." Yes, eldest Senior Brother Wang Chen is our idol. He's a dragon warrior in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Especially after transforming into a dragon, his combat strength is equivalent to that of an expert in the third stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Such an amazing figure is really enviable. I'm his loyal follower. His explanation of martial arts will definitely be of great help to us. Junior brother, don't you even know this important news? Looking at the two fellows' fanatical expressions, Long Chen roughly understood Wang Chen's position in the hearts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's disciples. The two of them didn't care about Long Chen anymore and started chatting among themselves. It said that senior brother Wang Chen's innate talent wasn't outstanding in the Sword God Palace in his early years, but after a turning point, his strength soared, reaching such a terrifying level today. Moreover, he's currently the strongest dragon martialist in the world. His innate talent is simply 10,000 times stronger than ours. Yes, only he is worthy of the Lingwu Sword Lord's daughter. Lady Lingxi is really beautiful. Although I've never seen her before, those who have seen her say that she's the most beautiful woman in our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. A peerless hero and a stunning beauty, this is definitely a match made in heaven. With them as the leaders of the younger generation, our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is destined to soar. This immortal couple is truly enviable. The two of them chatted for a while before remembering that Long Chen was beside them. One of them said, "Junior brother, let's go. If we miss this opportunity, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives." You're also senior brother Wang Chen's follower, right? Let's go, let's go. Long Chen didn't say a word. With a smile on his face, he was dragged away just like that. They hadn't seen each other for almost a year. Back then, Wang Chen had lost to him in the 9-star Chaos City. However, Wang Chen had used the Emperor's spiritual chi tide to transform into a dragon. A year later, he had made a comeback. Would he be able to defeat Wang Chen again? Wang Chen, who had turned into a dragon, could be counted as Long Chen's old enemy. 10 years ago, Long Chen had known of Wang Chen's existence and had a real confrontation with him. Next time, it would be time for Long Chen and Wang Chen to fight to the death. Long Chen didn't want to show any mercy to Wang Chen. As long as Wang Chen existed, he would be a huge threat to him. After all, he was the person chosen by the Sword Spirit Emperor. He was in the mood to see how Wang Chen was doing. Along the way, "Junior brother, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you worship senior brother Wang Chen?" one of the short and fat disciples asked. Long Chen chuckled and said, "Of course I worship him. But I heard that senior brother Wang Chen was defeated by someone from the true martial emperor palace called Long Chen in the 9-star Chaos City." That short and fat disciple immediately said angrily, "That's just a rumor. I hate this kind of rumor monger. It's clear that Long Chen was beaten by senior brother Wang Chen until his teeth fell all over the ground. His buttocks were split open, and he had to kneel and lick senior brother Wang Chen's toes. Senior brother Wang Chen spared his dog life. I didn't expect that there would be rumors of senior brother Wang Chen's defeat. Those who spread rumors should be cut into 1,000 pieces." Oh. Long Chen pretended to understand. About an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. Arriving here, Long Chen was shocked. Wang Chen's influence was beyond his imagination. In front of him, there was a dense crowd of at least several million people. Several million people formed a huge ball, surrounding a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes in the center. In order to ensure that everyone could see Wang Chen with their own eyes, the organizers tried to expand the circle, forming a human ball that was equivalent to a small half of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. In addition, a large number of organizers moved away a large number of fragmentary stars to create enough space. The momentum of this lecture was so great that it was truly moving. Long Chen also squeezed into the crowd and saw Wang Chen in a black and white robe. His body was filled with a domineering aura, fierce eyes, and a noble temperament. After not seeing him for a year, Wang Chen's foundation had become more solid under the training of the 4 sword masters. His every movement was filled with the aura of a superior. Several million disciples looked at his figure with incomparable fanaticism and worship. The fact that so many people followed and loved him could only mean that Wang Chen was really popular. The eyes of the female disciples were full of peach blossoms, looking at Wang Chen with incomparable infatuation. The eyes of the male disciples were full of worship, and of course there was also love. Such a grand scene, just for one person, Wang Chen. I'm Wang Chen. Thank you all for your support today. Let's cut to the chase. Today, I was invited by Senior Wang Donglu to share my experience in the God Martial realm with everyone. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, the crowd burst into thunderous applause, lasting for a long time. Long Chen was only one in a million. He looked at Wang Chen quietly, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Wang Chen began to share his martial arts experience. During this period, no one dared to make a sound. After 2 hours, the sharing was over. When Wang Chen announced the end, all the fanatical worshippers went crazy, expressing their worship to Wang Chen. August 15th, Senior Wang Chen will be getting married soon. I wish Senior Wang Chen a happy life. Marry a beautiful woman, and have a son soon. Yes, give birth to many geniuses, and strengthen our sword spirit Emperor Palace. Several million people were congratulating him. The scene was a little scary. Wang Chen smiled for the first time, saying sweetly, "Thank you all for your kindness. I love Lingxi very much, and Lingxi also loves me. I think the most beautiful thing in the world is nothing more than the person you love also loves you. After we get together, we will listen to everyone, have our children soon, and train them to be the next generation of experts." The crowd was in an uproar again. Chapter 1568. Barren Imperial District. The location of the battle was a huge barren mountain in the desolate Imperial Palace. On the north side of the barren mountain was a vast lake. The Kuanping Demon Emperor could become a giant golden-winged rock that could blot out the sky and cover the sun. He had become the big fish of the North Sea. Whether it was the sky or the water, it was a place where he could dominate. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolong's advantage was on the ground. The Desolation Heavenly Emperor clearly didn't want Mo Xiaolang to win easily. Could Mo Xiaolang win? Although it could be said that when he was still in the second Nirvana Tribulation, he could transform his main body. It was a rare sight to defeat an expert at the third stage of the Nirvana Tribulation, because he was personally nurtured by the Desolate Emperor. Yes, so it was not particularly strange. However, before Mo Xiaolang entered the third Nirvana Tribulation, Kuanping Demon Emperor, who had passed the fourth Nirvana Tribulation a long time ago, it would be much more difficult. In reality, there was not much hope. This was a battle of the highest level. Most people didn't dare to leave the desolate Imperial Palace. It was very easy for them to be affected. The warriors who dared to watch the battle near the desolate mountain were alla super expert. It was a battle between the top elites of the desolate Imperial region. There hadn't been a battle of this level for thousands of years. On one side was the strongest force of the new generation, and on the other side was a veteran super expert, Kuan. Who would win between the two demonic sovereigns of the rock race? Even if Mo Xiaolang lost, he had the guts to challenge Kuanping Demon Sovereign. It was enough to make everyone feel sincere admiration. On the barren mountain, the wind and clouds were changing. The golden-robed elder stood 1,000 meters away from Mo Xiaolang. In a battle between demons, they would only reveal their true beast form towards the end. They used their human forms to test each other. On Mo Xiaolong's body, the black nirvana energy that contained the flames and devouring power was absorbed into his body. His nirvana force was burning with a faint black flame. This was because due to the netherworld demonic ancestral flame, the current Mo Xiaolang was the source of the coldness. He felt a chill in his heart. On the other hand, a large amount of blood-yellow demonic qi emerged from Kuanping Demon Sovereign's body. In the sky, this aura was masculine and full of impact. Golden power floated from his body. Due to the Kuanping's innate talent, the Kuanping Demon Monarch had 3 Taoist seals. Moreover, because there were 2 beast forms when he cultivated these 3 Tao seals, it was a piece of cake. The golden-winged Great Peng swept up a fierce gale, riding the clouds straight up. This was the Tao of wind, the Great Kuan in the water. Tyrant was the Tao of water, and the third Tao of the Kuan Peng was similar to that of Mo Xiaolang. The Kuan Peng's Tao of devouring was related to its world-famous Kuan Peng devouring. Mo Xiaolong's was different. From the initial confrontation, the aura of the two seemed to be slightly weaker than Mo Xiaolong's. A little bit. At this moment, the two of them finally made their move. The grand scene left everyone dumbfounded. The spectating martial artists in the Emperor Palace were all extremely shocked and fanatical as they stared blankly. It was a vast scene. Behind the Kunping demon sovereign, there were two shadows of giant beasts, a bird and a fish. Behind Mo Xiaolang was a hibernating black demon wolf. 10,000 flames burn God. As soon as Mo Xiaolang started, he used the terrifying myriad flames divine art. The tens of thousands of flames he had devoured all appeared densely on his body, engulfing him. Everyone gathered around. The people who were feeling cold just now were now terrified by the terrifying aura. Shaken by the flames. The current 10,000 flames burning God was much stronger than when he was in 9-star Primal Chaos City. How many times? Even the Thunderflame Emperor's draconic fire had transformed into a small Thunderflame dragon that wrapped around Mo Xiaolang. On his arm, the radiance of tens of thousands of flames stunned the Kunping demon's sovereign for a moment. This information is not simple. Not only that, Mo Xiaolang's emotions fluctuated a little, and blood started to flow from his body. Silk's eyes showed that he was very dissatisfied with the 3 conditions of the Desolation Great Emperor. It seems that the Great Emperor has forced this little guy into a corner. How can a mere human be so heavy? The Kunping demon's sovereign sneered. At this time, Mo Xiaolang exploded like a bomb, like a rocket, with vast power. He confronted the adult Kunping demon sovereign, who was tens of thousands of years old. At that moment, there was a huge uproar in the Desolation Emperor Palace. They admired Mo Xiaolang's courage and strength. The Kunping demon sovereign sneered and opened his arms. Suddenly, a golden wind appeared. Countless golden-winged great rocks made of golden wind blades and countless golden-winged great rocks rolled up a terrifying hurricane, sweeping in the direction where Mo Xiaolang was heading. Although the ground where the golden-winged great rocks passed did not touch the ground collapsed. Large swathes of land collapsed. The vegetation in the forest was crushed in an instant, and the ground was filled with hundreds of millions of kilograms of soil were blown up, filling the entire sky. At the first moment, it was going Mo Xiaolang was drowned. A puny connate Dao art. What can you do to me? Just when everyone thought that Mo Xiaolang was going to be defeated, there was an explosion out of nowhere. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of disciples, Mo Xiaolang used the Thunderflame Emperor's dragonfire to break through the layers of metal. The winged rock rushed to the front of the Kunping Demon Emperor in an invincible and destructive manner, and flipped his hands. A total of 2 Thunderflame Emperor draconic flames appeared in Mo Xiaolang's hands. The flames of a ridiculously high speed swept across and entangled the Kunping Demon Monarch from both sides. The Crown Prince is not simple. Seeing this scene, even the 6 demonic emperors gradually began to like Mo Xiaolang from the bottom of their hearts. The combat effectiveness of the... Although it couldn't be said that Mo Xiaolang's combat strength was equal to Kunping Demon Sovereign's. But what was certain was that other than the 6 demonic emperors and the Desolation Emperor, there was no one else in the Desolation Emperor Palace. No one was a match for this imperial prince. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang, under the great momentum and expectation of the crowd, used the fiery thunder flame. The Emperor Dragon Fire entangled the Kunping Demon the Arch. With a flip of his hand, he slammed his palm down from the sky. Fire Seal of the Heavens. This was the innate Dao art that Mo Xiaolang cultivated. He was smart enough to combine the Dao of devouring with fire. The Dao of fire was integrated into it, and the Dao of fire was the foundation of it. With the explosive attribute of fire, its might was boundless. Devouring and explosion were fused into one. It was Mo Xiaolang. It was a clear manifestation of his attainments in the heavenly Dao. The black flames turned into a tornado, and in the form of a palm, it headed towards the Kunping Demon Emperor's head. This seemingly ordinary palm strike contained a force that even the Kunping Demon Emperor had no choice but to attack. Be careful with your power. Mo Xiaolang's strength had deeply shocked everyone. One must know that the other party was an omnipotent demon emperor. The 6 demonic emperors were the pillars of the desolate emperor's palace. How could a mere young wolf from the wolf race dare to challenge them? He dared to oppose them. Kunping Demon Monarch's face turned cold under the heavenly fire seal. Heaven Water Whirlpool. The moment the heavenly fire seal arrived, Kunping Demon Emperor's hands moved. The power of the board surged out, and under his perfect control, it formed in front of him in an instant. This was the embodiment of the Tao of water. The heavenly water spiral field possessed a golden whirlpool. A super-strong repulsive force, in such a short time, was skillfully executed by Kunping Demon Emperor. In terms of control, it had reached a speed that the naked eye could no longer capture. The repulsive force of the heavenly water-swirling field was absolutely terrifying. This was a clash of heavenly Tao cultivators. The fire seal of the firmament tornado flew over with a deafening explosion, shaking the heavenly water-swirling field. In that instant, the heavenly scroll fire seal did not bounce back. Instead, it generated power. An explosion. As soon as the heaven water spiral field touched it, it exploded. This was the true power of the explosive flame attribute in the Tao of fire. If Mo Xiaolang used any other attack at this time, under the opponent's recoil force, it would definitely be destroyed. Hurt yourself. Break. The fire seal of the firmament tornado exploded, carrying the black power of nirvana with 2 attributes. The earth-shattering sound was heard by almost half of the people in the Desolation Emperor domain. More than 100 million disciples of the palace heard this magical sound and rushed out to watch. Look. The Crown Prince is mighty. The Crown Prince's strength is really terrifying. This speed of advancement is unprecedented. In the future, the Crown Prince will definitely become a famous figure in history. Under countless fanatical gazes, Mo Xiaolong's fire seal of the firmament tornado broke the heavenly water-swirling field. Domain. Unfortunately, the speed was too slow, and Xuanping Demon Emperor had already taken this opportunity to move. He appeared on Mo Xiaolong's body. Everyone became nervous. The Crown Prince has improved his realm very fast, and his heavenly Tao cultivation is also not weak. I admire him. Mo Xiaolang suddenly turned back, his eyes full of fanatical fighting spirit. He said, "Uncle, you have the power of the ancient times. Uncle possesses an ancient power. How can I be your opponent? All I can do is give it my all. All I can do is risk my life." Very well, then don't stay idle. Xuanping Demon Emperor laughed. He retreated 1,000 meters, his body began to spin, and the next moment, a golden brilliance soared into the sky. A golden winged rock with a wingspan of over 1,000 meters spread out. It was as if it was golden. The sun appeared high in the sky, covering the sky. For a moment, even the world was in a trance and dim. It stopped. Xuanping was a mutated species that had been passed down from ancient times to the present. Its body was golden, and its feathers were as hard and sharp as blades. Their pecks were filled with shocking killing power, and on those golden feathers, there was even an ancient flow. The symbols that were transferred down could allow the Xuanping to quickly recover its strength from the world. Xuanping Demon Emperor is serious. Everyone was excited. He had already taken his beast form. What followed next was the truly earth-shattering battle. No matter who it was, they were all very excited. Every demon preferred to fight in the form of a beast. This was the real contest. However, the battle in the form of a human was just a warm-up. This was the real battle of the demon race. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Mo Xiaolang. Fight. Chapter 1569. In fact, Mo Xiaolang had always been very low-key, and not many people had seen his beast form. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. Under the fiery eyes of the crowd, the black flame was burning. This was the real 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. The 9 darkness demonic ancestral flame was so cold that it froze everything within 1,000 miles. In the black flame, a terrifying wolf-shaped beast expanded rapidly, and then it grew to 1,000 meters long. In terms of body size, it was already comparable to the golden winged rock. Almost. It was a peerless demonic wolf that made everyone feel deep awe, even more than the moon-swallowing beast. Its wolf-like appearance was even more terrifying. It was a giant beast bathed in flames. It broke the rules of heaven and earth, and appeared in this world. It was destined to have the most extraordinary experience. A wolf howl shook the golden-winged rock that was soaring in the sky. The giant bird let out a sharp howl, and both sides looked at each other with wild eyes. In an instant, above this huge world, there was a blood-boiling battle. The terrifying battle was soaring. The demonic wolf burning with black flames and the golden-winged rock swept up a golden whirlwind. It was no longer a small fight. This time, It could be described as the sky collapsing. Describing it as a crack in the ground, not many people were not shocked. The most shocking was Mo Xiaolang. The wolf form of the sun-devouring demonic wolf had a huge advantage. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already merged with the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. Since the nether devil ancestral fire had fused together, Xueqi demon sovereign didn't dare to touch it at all. In this fight, it could be said that neither side had the slightest advantage. The beast form was more of a physical battle. Compared to the human clan, the demon clan was stronger in terms of physical body, while the heavenly Tao was weaker. In terms of physical body, he had a huge advantage and of course he used it to the extreme. Often, a flap of wings and a claw would result in the collapse of the mountains and the cracking of the earth. During the battle between the two, the barren mountain gradually became riddled with holes, and even razed to the ground. In the process of this kind of battle, they had to change their fighting position, lest it spread to others. Whether it was Mo Xiaolang or the Xueqi demon emperor, they could be said to be fighting crazily at this moment. If Xueqi demon sovereign lost to Mo Xiaolang, he would definitely lose face. Mo Xiaolang was a junior of his archenemy, the moon-swallowing sect. To lose to a junior of the other party was simply... Xueqi demon sovereign had given it his all this time because of the great shame and humiliation he felt. This battle was not only a test of the results of Mo Xiaolang's cultivation, but also a test of whether or not he could achieve it. The key to commitment. Rumble. The golden-winged rock was sent flying, while the sun-devouring demonic wolf was also pushed back thousands of meters. It crashed into a barren mountain, causing a large piece of barren mountain to collapse. At this moment, the golden-winged rock descended upon the lake. Prince, let's have a battle in the water to satisfy our craving. The sun-devouring direwolf let out a terrifying roar and charged forward without saying a word. The golden-winged rock rushed into the water and transformed into a Xuan, quickly submerging in the lake. The silhouette of a big fish was faintly discernible, giving everyone a great shock. Boom! Mo Xiaolang rushed into the water. In an instant, the entire lake shook. The lake water shot up into the sky as if it was boiling. A large amount of water splashed out. Everyone's gaze pierced through the lake and saw 2 behemoths that were fighting. After transforming into a Xuan, the Xueqi demon sovereign was very proficient. It was said that the Xuan was the original form of the Xuan Peng. The golden-winged rock was in its second form, so in the water, the Xuan could display its strength and advantage. In particular, his comprehension of the Tao of water. In an instant, in battle, he relied on the power of the environment to restrict Mo Xiaolang. After all, Mo Xiaolang was a flaming divine beast, a walking beast. After all, Mo Xiaolang was a flame divine beast, a walking beast. But at this moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, who had been tied up by the rope formed by the Xuan, was dead. The wolf let out a deafening roar. At that moment, the lake water surged like an ocean in a storm. The wolf let out a deafening roar. At that moment, the lake water became turbulent, like the ocean in the middle of a storm. Tens of thousands of flames shot out from the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. Tens of thousands of flames shot out of the sun-devouring direwolf. The entire lake was engulfed in flames in an instant. So many flames formed a formation. Water could restrain fire, but when the flames reached a terrifying level, the entire lake was instantly devoured by the sun-devouring direwolf. Water could restrain fire, but when the flames reached a terrifying level, the entire lake was instantly devoured by the sun-devouring direwolf. The sun-devouring direwolf was directly burned dry. A large amount of steam formed clouds in the sky. After the lake was burned dry, everyone clearly saw the Xuan run aground in panic. When a fish leaves the water, it basically loses its combat power. Therefore, after this incident, the Xuan after this change, the Xuan demon emperor was rapidly transforming back into a rock. This was the best time to do so. The sun-devouring direwolf was already prepared. At this moment, he turned into a flaming black shadow and instantly charged towards the Xuan. It rushed to the top of the great Xuan and pressed its sharp claws on the great Xuan's body. His sharp fangs pierced into the Xuan's back, pressing the behemoth to the ground. Blood gushed out. At this moment, the sun-devouring direwolf finally used the fatal fog, the 9 nether demon ancestral fire. It spat towards the Xueqi demon emperor, who was close at hand. The Xueqi demon emperor wanted to cry. He wanted to transform into the form of a golden-winged rock, but he was pressed down by the other party. He was attacked by the 9 nether demon ancestral fire. He knew how terrifying the 9 Nether Demon ancestral fire was. If he was hit... Alright, I admit defeat. The Xuanping Demon Emperor had to say that. Although he didn't want to admit defeat, he had no choice. It wasn't that he was weaker than Mo Xiaolang. In fact, the two of them were evenly matched. However, Mo Xiaolang was very smart. He knew that the Xuan would lose its ability to move in an instant. Then, he would use this to restrain himself. Even if it's Moon Swallowing's Jr., even I was defeated. Moon Swallowing is no match for him. I have a bright future ahead of me. I won't lose face even if I lose to you. The Xuanping Demon Emperor felt a little better when he thought of this. Of course, Mo Xiaolang only used the 9 Nether Demon ancestral fire to force him to admit defeat. He wouldn't spit out the 9 Nether Demon ancestral fire. After all, it was an elder of the demon race. There was no enmity between them. The battle officially ended after the Xuanping Demon Emperor admitted defeat. The crowd's eyes widened. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. The battle that they thought would last for a long time was over just like that. Besides, the martial monarch had won. No one had expected the martial monarch to achieve such a clean victory. This was simply too unimaginable. They were surprised and confused at first, but they soon looked at Mo Xiaolang with admiration. Mo Xiaolang. The entire Desolation Imperial Palace was filled with cheers. They were shouting Mo Xiaolang's name in a fanatical manner. Mo Xiaolang and the Xuanping Demon Emperor returned to their human forms above the dried-up lake. Please forgive me, Uncle Zong. Xiaolang fought so hard just to fulfill his promise. I hope Uncle Zong won't be offended. The Xuanping Demon Emperor smiled awkwardly and said, You defeated me with your true strength. You didn't live up to the martial monarch's expectations and became the pillar of the Desolation Imperial realm. I should be happy for you. No one thought that the Xuanping Demon Emperor was useless anymore. It could only be said that Mo Xiaolang was too strong. The Xuanping Demon Emperor returned to the camp of the 6 Demon Emperors. The crowd was no longer in the mood to laugh at the Xuanping Demon Emperor. They were shocked by Mo Xiaolang's strength. Under the fanatical gazes of billions of people, Mo Xiaolang stood in the air, looking down at the crowd below. All living beings. There were countless cheers. And Mo Xiaolang only needed one answer. He looked to the deepest part of the palace. He knew that the Desolation Emperor was looking at him. Go. Remember my other 2 conditions. The martial monarch's voice rang in Mo Xiaolang's ears. Go. Remember my other 2 conditions. Mo Xiaolang heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded. He didn't go back on his word. He could finally complete the most important task. Taking a deep breath, the battle intent in Mo Xiaolang's eyes did not disappear, because he knew that the battle at the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace was more crucial. However, the battle at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was more crucial. Although he had promised the Desolation Emperor, if Long Chen was in danger and helpless, he would definitely not hold back. 5 days later, the 6 demon thearchs brought Mo Xiaolang and dozens of Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts with them. Many experts secretly left the desolate Emperor Palace and headed in the direction of the Sword Spirit Emperor District. At the same time, in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, the world overlords of the 9 worlds also brought their own powers towards the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the true Martial Emperor Palace, there were a total of 3 people leading the team this time. They were the 3 martial saints. The 3 martial sovereigns led many experts and set off for the Sword Spirit Emperor District. Yi Futu, one of the 3 martial venerables, had been sent to the Zhenwu Great Emperor a month ago. The 5 Elements Vast Sky Pagoda was released. After being suppressed for a long time, he finally realized his mistake and made up his mind. Zhenwu Great Emperor would only give him the opportunity to rush over if he was repentant. The 3 great martial saints moved together. Fortunately, they went in secret. Otherwise, they would have caused a huge commotion. It was a sensation. When will the emperor arrive? Wenren, she asked. Lin Junyao said, The emperor told us to move on our own. He will appear when it's time. He appeared in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Oh. It was just their secret conversation. Apart from Long Chen and the 3 great martial saints, no one knew about the legendary Zhenwu Great Emperor. He actually went to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace personally, and he had 2 objectives. First, he wanted to become a dragon. Celeste's strongest backer was Long Chen's marriage proposal. The second was the disaster that would bring about the city lord of the wronged death. Announce it to the world. The group from the true martial emperor palace also traveled in secret. The 3 regions and 9 worlds had not experienced such turbulent undercurrents for tens of thousands of years. In the 9 realms, in the supreme Een demon world, after settling the affairs of the Snow Wind demon region, Xueqi was the only world overlord who knew about the city lord of the wrongful death. In order to avoid causing panic among the public, she had not announced the news for the time being. It was the feeling of an impending storm that made her unable to calm down. Perhaps, this rare event is a good opportunity for the Zhenwu Great Emperor to announce to the world. I really hope that the 3 regions and 9 worlds can unite against the city lord of the wrongful death. Chapter 1570. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, countless experts gathered at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. There were less than 20 days left. This was the day everyone set off. The 3 martial venerables of True Martial Emperor Palace, the 6 Beast Emperors of Desolation Emperor Palace, and the Lords of the 9 Realms all set off. In the distant ancient Yuan Spirit World. The ancient Yuan Spirit World was the undisputed number 1 realm of the 9 realms. The warriors of the ancient Yuan spirit world were proficient in spirit arts. When they reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, they could more easily communicate with the power of nature and understand the heavenly Tao faster. They also had all kinds of strange spirit arts. Their attack power was very high, and their overall strength was the strongest in the 9 realms. The lords of the ancient Yuan spirit world had reached the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, similar to the Demon Dragon Palace Master. As for their actual combat power, it was unknown. After all, the Demon Dragon Palace Master was a dragon warrior. The 2 of them were people with high hopes of advancing further and reaching the level of a sovereign emperor. The 5th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation was absolutely terrifying. If they didn't reach the late stage before the time limit of 1,000 years, it was basically impossible to pass. The 3 martial venerables of True Martial Emperor Palace, the 4 sword masters of Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and the 6 Beast Emperors of Desolation Emperor Palace were all in the early stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. If they wanted to become the strongest, they had to first reach the late stage. The ancient Yuan spirit world was also the most mysterious realm of the 9 realms. The original 3 realms and 9 realms were actually only 8 huge cosmos realms. Later, the ancient Yuan spirit world appeared out of thin air. The people of the ancient Yuan spirit world opened a channel connecting them to the 3 great imperial domains, and finally came to the 3 great imperial domains. It was said that the ancient Yuan spirit world had always been closed. This history was too complicated. Not many people knew about it. At this moment, the experts of the ancient Yuan spirit world were ready. They were in the most mysterious place of the ancient Yuan spirit world, outside the Fantasy Sea, waiting for the Lord of the ancient Yuan spirit world to come. The Fantasy Sea existed in a dream. It was a huge cocoon of light, with a myriad of colors, like a gem, rippling with the light of the sea. In reality, not many people had the authority to approach the Fantasy Sea. This was the residence of the Realm Lord, a holy land in the eyes of the people of the ancient Yuan spirit domain. It was the resting place of the gods. All they could do was worship the Fantasy Sea. In reality, there was a saying in the ancient Yuan spirit domain that it was also an ancient relic. It was just like the Dark Nation. The Dark Kingdom also had its own cultivation system, and most of its experts existed in a similar way to the ancient Yuan spirit world. However, the people of the ancient Yuan spirit world did not think so. There were many experts in the ancient primordial spirit realm, but they were all waiting quietly. After about 2 hours, a handsome young man with long silver hair floated out of the Fantasy Sea. Like the spirit race of the ancient Yuan spirit world, the Realm Lord's appearance was also extremely handsome, even surpassing all the martial artists present in terms of appearance. He had a slender body, sparkling and translucent skin, a straight nose bridge, and thin and sharp lips. What was most unforgettable were his eyes. His pupils were not round, but filled with silver runes. This pair of eyes would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. All right, we can set off. The lord of the ancient Yuanling domain came here and led everyone forward. An old man at the side asked, "My lord, has the guest left?" The lord of the ancient Yuan spirit domain nodded and said, Don't ask any more. The old man shut his mouth after understanding the situation. The group of experts headed towards the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a grandiose manner. The experts of the 11 forces were all heading towards the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace at this moment. There were only slightly more than 10 days left until the grand day. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, almost all the disciples entered a busy but excited state. They were determined to create the grandest wedding in history. Therefore, a month ago, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had been making strict preparations. There were lanterns and streamers everywhere, and red and pink decorations were everywhere. Even the entire Heavenly Sword Soul Mountain was wrapped in beautiful silk scarves, and the atmosphere was joyous. There was no need to mention the Sword God Palace. It was already beautiful, and with countless people bustling about, it became like a paradise on earth. It was enough to invite the forces of the 11 forces to receive them. All the disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace stopped cultivating. When they met, the hottest topic was the grand wedding on the 15th of August. Now most of the Emperor's sons knew that on the 15th of August, the experts of the 3 domains and 9 realms would come to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Only the 3 great Emperor Palaces had the face to do so. But Long Chen seemed to be a lonely person who was not involved in all this. There were only about 10 days left. He had been pondering about it, but he was still missing the last step. He already understood that to reverse time, he had to start from himself. If he wanted to control the time of others, he had to control his own time first. It was easy to say but difficult to do. Long Chen found that he already had a strong premonition, and the claw of the Void Universe Dragon on his left hand was also restless, but he was missing the last step. Only by taking this step could he suddenly see the light. But the fated day was getting closer and closer. Lingxi was waiting for him, and at this moment, he was her only hope. Every time he thought of Lingxi, Long Chen clenched his teeth and continued to meditate and cultivate. Even if his fingers were bleeding, he didn't care. But the most troublesome thing was that the more anxious he was, the more difficult it was to achieve. It wasn't that Long Chen's determination was not strong enough, or his heart was not calm enough, but the next thing was too important to him. It was so important that he panicked for the first time. In the Shattered Star River, Long Chen clenched his teeth and forced himself to calm down. This is my last chance, but there is always an invisible barrier that is blocking me from moving forward. What exactly is time reversal? The time reversal was not completed, but after more than a month of nurturing, the Nirvana Golden Wheel had expanded rapidly, and it had almost reached the level of Martial Path Great Perfection. It was also just a little bit away from the last step. It was just a little bit, but it gave Long Chen a headache. He took out a short sword and cut his arm, trying to use time reversal to recover, but it was ineffective. Perhaps only a life-threatening crisis can allow me to break through this barrier, but I'm staying in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace now. If I'm exposed, there will indeed be a life-threatening crisis, but my plan will also be ruined. Back in the Supreme Shadow Realm, if it wasn't for the life-threatening crisis, the City Lord of the Wrong's heart would have been snatched away, and Long Chen wouldn't have been able to destroy one of his eyes. Sword God Palace. As the day was approaching, the Sword God Palace was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Many geniuses and experts had smiles on their faces, and they were extremely proud of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the Sea of Swords, billions of divine swords flew at a terrifying speed, surrounding the Sword God Palace. In a place like the Sword God Palace, one could see the stars in the sky just by raising one's head slightly. The closest ones were the 36 Big Dipper stars and 72 earthly malefic stars. These 108 stars hovered in the sky above the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The originally quiet Sword God Palace was now bustling with noise and excitement. Those who were cultivating in seclusion stopped their cultivation and waited for the arrival of the 15th day of the 8th month. According to estimates, the 11 factions experts would arrive at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a few days. At that time, they would all enter the Sword God Palace, and the 4 sword masters would personally receive them. The Sword God Palace became the meeting place for the leaders of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao had been exceptionally gloomy these few days. The Lingwu sword master had something to do, and he was only scaring him back then. With Lingxi's important matter in front of him, Ling Xiao couldn't cultivate at all, let alone pass the Nirvana tribulation. He was taking a stroll in the Lingwu region when he suddenly bumped into Wang Chen, who was surrounded by a large group of disciples. "Everyone, go ahead. I want to speak to senior brother Ling Xiao alone," Wang Chen said with a bright smile. The fervent disciples hurriedly nodded and left. Wang Chen walked up with a smile. There was a clear immortal lake beside him. He leaned on the white jade railing and said, "We're about the same age, and we can be considered to have grown up together. But back then, the person I envied the most was you. You were always the topic of everyone's attention." Ling Xiao smiled helplessly. "But today, you're the topic of everyone's attention." Wang Chen smiled happily. Perhaps this is the saying, the river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and looked into the distance quietly. "I know you're against me and Little She being together, but it seems like you're more optimistic about Long Chen. He's a sacred martial emperor. Not bad, but I'm Little She's man. He can't transform into a dragon yet, so only I can awaken Little She's bloodline." Wang Chen said smugly. "When did you become so shameless?" Ling Xiao said expressionlessly. "Shameless?" Wang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, "Think what you want. All right, I heard that you were the one who sent the invitation to Long Chen. What did he look like when he saw the invitation? Haha, was he furious? Tell me, what is he doing now? How dare he come to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in such a grand manner?" Ling Xiao couldn't stand his current expression. He said, "You'll never understand his determination and his fighting spirit. Do you think he would dare to not come?" Wang Chen shut his mouth. Yes, Long Chen was a person with terrifying willpower. There was no way he wouldn't dare to come. Wang Chen pondered. Given his personality after receiving the invitation, he would probably. He suddenly remembered that when he was lecturing in the Shattered Star River a few days ago, there was a gaze that made him feel uneasy. That feeling was very familiar. Wang Chen suddenly had an idea. He asked, "Ling Xiao, how dare you bring Long Chen to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace without permission?" As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao took a step back and looked at Wang Chen in shock. Seeing his reaction, Wang Chen laughed and teased, "Is that so? P.S. Many pirated websites will automatically replace the name of the original. If you can't find the original, please search for Dragonblood God of War Original, or 17K. From tomorrow onwards, we'll count the number of fresh flowers and supports every day. Whether it's 3, 4, or 5 updates, it all depends on how much effort you put in." Chapter 1571. Wang Chen wasn't that smart. He only thought that based on Long Chen's personality, he wouldn't have waited quietly in the true martial emperor palace. Moreover, Ling Xiao had coincidentally returned from the true martial emperor palace. That was why he had made this guess. Of course, he didn't think that his guess was very reliable. The reason why he had suddenly mentioned it was because he wanted to verify it and also to scare Ling Xiao. When Wang Chen was young, Ling Xiao was someone that he envied and envied. Now that he had attained such a high position, Ling Xiao didn't support him. Instead, he supported Long Chen, who had nothing to do with him. Naturally, Wang Chen hated him. He didn't expect that his random guess would cause Ling Xiao to give himself away. This matter was very crucial to Ling Xiao. It would affect his future and destiny. It was a secret hidden deep in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't notice that Wang Chen had suddenly mentioned it in a probing manner and he had fallen into Wang Chen's trap. Wang Chen's expression changed instantly. "Ling Xiao, you bastard! How dare you bring Long Chen to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? He must have met Lingxi." Ling Xiao snapped back to his senses and said angrily, "Don't slander me. You're making things up." Wang Chen sneered and said, "Is there a need for me to slander you? Your reaction just now clearly shows that. It's not like I don't know you. Don't try to quibble in front of me. Come with me to see the Lingwu Swordmaster. If you're obedient, I can still plead with him to let you live." Ling Xiao lost his cool after his secret was exposed. He knew that he was in deep trouble when he thought about meeting the Lingwu Swordmaster. It didn't matter that he had been exposed. The most important thing was that it would affect Lingxi and Long Chen and affect their chances of pursuing happiness. "Follow me!" Wang Chen bellowed and reached out to grab Ling Xiao. The sword light in Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to unsheathe the long sword in his hand, Wang Chen burst into laughter. His slender fingers and not-so-thick arms transformed into thick, gray dragon claws in an instant. The dragon scales on his sword shone with a blinding light. Wang Chen's speed was unbelievably fast. The gap between him and Ling Xiao was huge. He stretched out his dragon claws and easily pinned Ling Xiao's entire body down. His powerful claws grabbed the back of Ling Xiao's neck and slapped him hard. Ling Xiao was immediately stunned and severely injured. With the body of a dragon martial artist, his physical strength had reached a level that most martial artists could not match after he had reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This included Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao never thought that he would be defeated in one move. Such a huge gap made him feel hopeless. A strong gust of wind blew past. Ling Xiao knew that he was being brought by Wang Chen to meet the Lingwu Swordmaster. Once he met the Lingwu Swordmaster, he would probably lose his life. For a moment, his mind was in a mess. However, he didn't even have the chance to resist. This was a very sad thing. A deep sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Wang Chen was extremely fast. The Lingwu Swordmaster was in the middle of arranging the wedding when Wang Chen brought Ling Xiao to him. Seeing that Wang Chen had subdued Ling Xiao, the Lingwu Swordmaster's eyes turned cold. "What's the matter?" Wang Chen held Ling Xiao down tightly and told the Lingwu Swordmaster about the contents of his conversation with Ling Xiao and his conclusion. This made Wang Chen very proud of himself. After all, he was able to find out such a serious matter with just a few tests. This proved that Wang Chen's intelligence was indeed incomparable to that of ordinary people. After hearing the news, the Lingwu Swordmaster remained expressionless. He stretched out a finger and lifted Ling Xiao's chin. "Ling Xiao, is what he said true?" Ling Xiao was still under Wang Chen's control. He knew that he would never admit to it even if it cost him his life. He gritted his teeth and said, "Clan leader, you have to uphold justice for me." What Wang Chen said was purely his own speculation and nonsense. There is no basis for it at all. He attacked me without distinguishing right from wrong and even framed me. Such a despicable person should be punished. "Is that so?" The Lingwu Swordmaster's cold voice struck fear in everyone. He never smiled. Even in Lingxi's memory, the Lingwu Swordmaster rarely smiled. "Let him go," the Lingwu Swordmaster said before turning around and pacing in front of Ling Xiao. Wang Chen was speechless, but he had no choice but to let go of Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao straightened his back and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lingwu Swordmaster trusted him. After all, he was also a member of the Ling family. However, Wang Chen was not. Just as Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, the Lingwu Swordmaster suddenly turned around. 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, 2 arms flew out. Ling Xiao screamed in terror. Half of his body was drenched in blood. This was because both his arms had been cut off by the sword qi in the Lingwu Swordmaster's eyes. Both his arms were cut off and his blood was drained. Although his arms could be restored in the future, it was difficult to recover after losing a large amount of essence. It would take at least 2 to 3 years. The sudden pain sent chills down Ling Xiao's spine. If those 2 beams of sword light had been aimed at his head, he would have been a corpse by now. Ling Xiao could not understand. Was the Lingwu Swordmaster really that heartless? "Why? This is all Wang Chen's nonsense. Why are you punishing me?" Ling Xiao asked hysterically. Of course, the truth was as Wang Chen had said. However, he could not admit to it. If he did, the Lingwu Swordmaster would probably kill him right now. The Lingwu Swordmaster's answer was simple. "You know what you've done. I don't need to tell you. Everyone should pay a heavy price for their mistakes. You and Long Chen are the same." Then he told Wang Chen, "Find someone to lock him up in the Sky Sword prison and let him suffer the pain of thousands of swords piercing his heart. Without my order, don't let him out." Ling Xiao's face turned pale at these words. What made him feel even more helpless was that he knew that the Lingwu Swordmaster must have known about Long Chen's actions. Then what would happen to Long Chen, and to Lingxi? All of this made his hair stand on end. His arms were burning with pain. The Lingwu Swordmaster's trusted aide came forward to take Ling Xiao away. Wang Chen was agitated. He ignored the blood on the ground and said hurriedly, "Master, should we gather everyone to search the Sky Sword Soul Mountain and capture Long Chen and kill him?" The Lingwu Swordmaster glanced at him coldly, shook his head and said, "The 2 of us can go look for him. If there are too many of us, we will definitely alert the enemy. Besides, if there are too many of us, Can we still kill him in public? Has he forgotten his current identity? He's the holy martial emperor. Wang Chen understood. The Lingwu swordmaster put down his work and led Wang Chen down from the sword god's palace to the sky sword soul mountain. He began to secretly search for Long Chen. The Lingwu swordmaster was extremely powerful. It was actually a piece of cake for him to find someone in the sky sword soul mountain. At this moment, Long Chen knew nothing. He was still immersed in the last moment of the time reversal. After countless attempts, he was convinced that he was just a little bit away from success. What he lacked was an instant of enlightenment that would allow him to pierce through the last membrane. In fact, there were only about 10 days left. If he still didn't succeed in 10 days, he would definitely be in a very passive position. He might not even be able to defeat Wang Chen. If Wang Chen couldn't deal with him, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance this time. Even if he became stronger in the future, he would only be able to face a sword soul great emperor who didn't know him. That kind of pain would definitely make him wish he was dead. Work hard and cultivate. Time reversal. It was these words that filled Long Chen's mind. He was like a fragmented star, wandering spiritually in the fragmented star river and drifting with the stars. Anxiety and desire were torturing him at this moment. At this moment, Long Chen felt a fatal crisis. This crisis came too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. He had just woken up from his cultivation state and was just protecting himself when countless black sword shadows shot past him. However, they returned in an instant and formed a spherical space with a diameter of thousands of meters, locking him inside. Demonic prison in swords. This demonic prison in swords was somewhat similar to a combat technique called Tai Bai sword prison that Long Chen had performed a long time ago. It was also a cage made of sword qi, but the power and foundation of this technique were worlds apart. Tai Bai sword prison was purely a combination of sword qi, while this demonic prison in swords contained the way of heaven that the user had comprehended. The power of the way of heaven was the most natural and harmonious. At this moment, it was forming a tight formation that made the whole demonic prison in swords extremely stable, making this fortress made of black sword qi extremely solid. Basically, anyone trapped inside would never be able to get out. This was the demonic prison in swords that brought Long Chen a fatal crisis. In this demonic prison in swords, countless sword shadows were rotating at a high speed. The sharp sword radiance shot out in the space of the demonic prison in swords, making Long Chen's body feel a dull pain. On the surface of the demonic prison in swords, a spherical formation was shining with countless dense ripples. To be honest, Long Chen was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. He had been very careful, thinking that he had done everything perfectly. However, he had not expected that there would be such a powerful expert who would suddenly attack him. Before he could see the master of the devil prison of swords, Long Chen could only maintain his calm. He looked around coldly, but in reality, he had already made preparations. At this moment, the surface of the demonic prison in swords rippled. Two young men who looked about the same age came in from the outside and stood in front of Long Chen's vision. These were two men that Long Chen had to defeat no matter what. The inheritor of the Void Refinement Demonic Dragon, the nominal fiancé of Lingxi, Wang Chen, and one of the four great sword masters, Lingxi's father, Lingwu Sword Master. The appearance of these two people made Long Chen know that something big had happened. Chapter 1572. 6 pairs of eyes stared at each other. At this moment, Long Chen realized that he had completely lost the initiative. This was because the other party had already planned to imprison Long Chen in this sealed space at the first possible moment. In this way, no matter what happened to Long Chen in this space, no one outside would know. If Long Chen made a big scene and was discovered by outsiders, they would know that Long Chen was a sacred martial emperor. Then, the Lingwu swordmaster would absolutely not kill him. However, if Long Chen was sealed, no one would know that he was in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If the Lingwu swordmaster secretly killed him, who would know that Long Chen died in his hands? It could be said that under the other party's strict plan, Long Chen was about to be slaughtered. Extreme danger. It had been a long time since Long Chen had experienced the feeling that his life wasn't in his own hands. Facing these two destined enemies, Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. All the blood in his body seemed to be awakening and boiling. The countless internal organs in his body were violently agitated like divine dragons. Seeing Long Chen, the Lingwu Swordmaster's eyes burst out a strong sword light like a god. Wang Chen's body had a strange but vast dragon qi. In terms of deterrence, he wasn't much weaker than the Lingwu Swordmaster. When enemies met, their eyes were exceptionally red. The three of them stared at each other and didn't speak for a while, but both sides were constantly paying attention to each other's movements. The Lingwu Swordmaster said expressionlessly, "A year ago, you were protected by the Demon Dragon Palace Master and I couldn't kill you. I thought I wouldn't be able to deal with an annoying fly like you with the protection of the true Martial Emperor Palace, but I didn't expect you to fall into my trap. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Long Chen knew that the Lingwu Swordmaster didn't have the slightest good impression of him. He was loyal to the Great Emperor of Sword Spirit's instructions and orders. The reincarnation of the Great Emperor of Sword Spirit, Lingxi and Wang Chen were arranged by him, and the Lingwu Swordmaster was a faithful executor. However, Long Chen was indeed a person who came out of nowhere. In his eyes, he was just an annoying fly. In order to avoid any undue delay, Wang Chen's fighting spirit surged. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Master, I was careless and lost to him a year ago. Today is my only chance. Please allow me to fight with him. Let me take his life." This guy still hadn't changed at all. Perhaps it could be said that he had become even more vulgar, and had completely lost his elegance. In the 9-star Primal Chaos City, he was still a gentleman, but after losing to Long Chen, he became hysterical, hateful, and shallow. Such a huge change. Perhaps it was the intimate relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi that brought him. To tell the truth, he loved Lingxi. However, when he discovered that Lingxi's heart was completely focused on Long Chen, and that she was even willing to become enemies with everyone else for Long Chen's sake, his heart broke, and he grew jealous. He lost his poise and went crazy. This was also the reason why he said in public that Lingxi loved him deeply. It was just to satisfy his vanity. Therefore, how could he not hate Long Chen? However, love was something that only two people could agree with. Wang Chen, in the final analysis, was just a poor third party. He even clenched his fists, waiting for this moment to tear Long Chen into pieces. Seeing Wang Chen's blood-red eyes, the Lingwu Swordmaster shook his head and said, "It's a waste of time for you to fight with him. The devil prison in the sword will attract attention. I'll make it quick." Having said that, he pushed Wang Chen to the back. He didn't want to care about Wang Chen's unwillingness. The Lingwu Swordmaster was right. Thinking of this, Wang Chen could only accept his fate. But seeing Long Chen die in the hands of the Lingwu Swordmaster, he was also extremely happy. The Lingwu Swordmaster would deal with him personally. Long Chen squinted his eyes. He needed a way to save himself. While the Lingwu Swordmaster was talking, Long Chen thought hard. The gold demon imprisonment column had the power to break the seal. It seemed that he only had one chance to see if he could break this devil prison in the sword. There was only one chance. The Lingwu Swordmaster would never give him a second chance. At this moment, the Lingwu Swordmaster took out a blue crystal sword. This was a part of the Milky Way refining sword, called the Milky Way sword. It looked like a dazzling Milky Way in the starry sky. It was exceptionally beautiful, but it was full of murderous intent. The god-slaying sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. It was a Dao artifact with 4 Dao patterns. Compared to the Milky Way refining sword with 8 Dao patterns, it was actually very pitiful. The Lingwu Swordmaster raised the Milky Way sword and stared at Long Chen with his cold eyes. He said, "Before you die, I'll give you a chance to say your last words." Long Chen laughed. He could lose in anything but dignity. Therefore, he said in a sarcastic tone, "I feel that a person who disregards his own daughter's life just to complete a mission is the most despicable beast in the world." These words made the Lingwu Swordmaster's ears turn red. Not because he was shy but because he was angry. Long Chen's words were like a sharp sword that pierced the softest part of his heart. What he was most afraid of was others talking about him like this. "You can be reborn now." The Lingwu Swordmaster's voice was cold. After saying this, he casually swung his sword. With his current level and the Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns, a casual swing of his sword was earth-shattering and powerful enough to split mountains and split seas. A blue crystal-like Milky Way sword chi shot out from his hand. With unstoppable speed and power, it instantly attacked Long Chen. A casual move was the full power of a Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator. A fatal killing move came just like that. Long Chen had to admit that the Lingwu Swordmaster was powerful. Even at this moment, he was killing Long Chen as easily as killing a chick. The Lingwu Swordmaster's strength was similar to Yi Futu's. At the critical moment of life and death, Long Chen's heart surged and his blood burned like fire. God-slaying heart. This Milky Way sword chi forced Long Chen to use his trump card at the first possible moment. The appearance of the Lingwu Swordmaster was too surprising. Until now, he still did not know how he had leaked his whereabouts. However, he could roughly guess that something must have happened to Ling Xiao. Wordless art. He swept his sword horizontally. Although the god-slaying sword only had 4 Dao patterns, it refused to bow down. As Long Chen executed it, 81 streaks of grey slaughter and engulfment sword chi evolved into an ancient word. This was the most charming word among the ancient words. The 81 streaks of sword chi formed the sword prison and clashed with the extremely powerful Milky Way sword chi that was crushing everything in its way. Bas! Bas! The entire devil prison of swords actually started shaking. Long Chen did not dare to directly destroy the sword prison. It was obvious that the Lingwu Swordmaster would definitely stop him. Therefore, he was still enduring. Under the shaking of the sword prison, Long Chen used the wordless art to block the Lingwu Swordmaster's Milky Way sword chi. Wang Chen, who was watching from the side, instantly revealed a horrified look. After all, the Milky Way sword chi was launched by the Lingwu Swordmaster with a Taoist instrument with 8 Taoist patterns. Although it was just a casual attack, even Wang Chen himself might not be able to block it. However, Long Chen seemed to be quite relaxed. The Lingwu Swordmaster stopped and looked at Long Chen with appreciation for the first time. He said, "Young man, you are indeed talented." This sword principle formed an ancient word. It should be wordless. If I were to use this sword art, I would be able to exert 100 times more power. You have wasted it. As he said this, another long sword that looked like a red gem appeared in his other hand. The Milky Way sword refining was complete. He had used such a high-level Dao weapon to deal with Long Chen. Obviously, he was determined to kill Long Chen. After praising Long Chen, he did not stop at all. In a cold manner, he slashed out with both his swords. The same Milky Way sword chi and the other red sword chi formed a cross. The cross rotated crazily, forming a blue and red sword blade that shot out. The power was at least twice as powerful as the previous one. If the wordless art was Long Chen's limit, the Lingwu Swordmaster's sword would definitely be able to kill Long Chen. Long Chen closed his eyes. This was the most crucial moment. If he didn't succeed this time, there was a possibility that he would die here. The spiritual martial swordmaster had set up the demonic prison of the sword to kill him. Such a ruthless heart. Long Chen's eyes were completely bloodshot. In fact, he was still in awe of the Lingwu Swordmaster. After all, he was Lingxi's biological father. But at this moment, when the Lingwu Swordmaster executed the Milky Way sword refining, the golden demon imprisonment columns in Long Chen's God Kingdom suddenly shook. Then, a total of 10 golden demon imprisonment columns disappeared from the God Kingdom. 10 giant golden demon imprisonment columns suddenly appeared beside Long Chen. They rotated violently. Under Long Chen's control, they changed rapidly. In a short time, they formed a golden demon imprisonment column in Long Chen's hands that was filled with arrays and runes. The 10 golden demon imprisonment columns gathered together had unparalleled shocking power. That wild aura exploded violently, causing Long Chen's aura to rise to the extreme. He felt that under the influence of the golden demon imprisonment columns, his power was expanding at a terrifying speed. It was instantly pressuring his physical body. At this moment, the Milky Way sword refining descended. Both were Dao weapons with 8 Dao patterns. The golden demon imprisonment columns seemed to be provoked. The 10 5-clawed golden dragons entangled with Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment columns. They raised their proud heads and roared at the Milky Way sword refining. 9 dragons devour the heavens. Long Chen clenched his teeth, with explosive power. He gathered all the nirvana force in his body at one point, and then exploded with a loud bang. The shocking power spread out, and the sweeping golden power struck the Milky Way refining sword. Just as they were about to clash, Long Chen suddenly changed his trajectory. He let the golden demon imprisonment column's power directly hit the sword prison. As for the Milky Way sword refining, it was inevitable that it would attack him. At this moment, Long Chen could only quickly pour all the power of the Golden Demon imprisonment columns onto the sword prison. Then, he retracted the Golden Demon imprisonment columns and used the greatest power to block his body. PS1. Only 17K computer pages can like, and flowers. There's no way to do it on the client. Everyone, remember to bookmark it. PS. Like is at the end of every chapter. The flowers are under the cover of the book. Newly registered accounts don't have flowers. You need to log in, speak more, and sign in more to get them. PS. Last night at 12 p.m., I received 900 flowers. It won't be a problem to break through 2,500 in a day. Everyone, work harder. PS. Post 2 chapters at noon, plus 1 chapter in the afternoon. If you reach 2,500 before 12 p.m. tomorrow, add 1 chapter, and so on. PS. Currently, this book is #1 on the monthly bookmark list. Everyone, work harder. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.